Everyone. Thank you for joining us for our first Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Forum. We're excited to be hosting this event. My name's Caitlin. I'm the program director for Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. And I'm here with Deandra and Juke and some other Ajo CSA members that helped put this event together. So I'll let them go ahead and introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Deandra Porter, and I am the outreach coordinator with Ajo CSA. And again, welcome and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. It's Good morning. My name is Juke Patricio. I'm the youth coordinator for Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. I'd like to welcome everyone and, thank you for being here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jesse Garcia. I'm the supervisor for the Ajo CSA. Good morning.
All right, thank you. I will hand it.
Hold on, Caitlin.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hello, this is Sterling Johnson, co-director of Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. I'd just like to say, welcome everyone. I know this was, it's been a very interesting topic for this event, and really wanted to guide everyone into what this is going to look like for the future, in agriculture and other parts of agriculture that really touch on a lot of things that we are, working on and don't realize that we're working on. The idea of this youth climate smart, with in cooperation with NRCS, is to really educate and outreach to not just to the adults, but youth, really, and really bring the two together, because it is a teamwork that will need to happen, because it's knowledge that we have from our elders, and knowledge from ourselves being adults, and then passing that knowledge through to the younger generation, so that can take what we have and push it further, and really push themselves to really get into this space that in cooperation of, which is NRCS. If they want to go into the USDA, there's a lot of things that are open to our younger generation, and all we can do is show them the way and give them a chance to really learn some of these things. And of course, as Ajo CSA, we do our portion of, which is adopt a crop, where we give out traditional seeds, along with non-traditional seeds of the which we have cultivated over the centuries, and thousands of years, and we want to be able to continue that, because the only reason why these seeds are still surviving is because people are still growing them. And with the climate change and everything that's going on in this world, that knowledge of knowing how to grow it and knowing how to do these things is more valuable, because not everyone's doing it. And the key, is knowing all the steps, and that's what we're tracing. So with these next couple of months, we hopefully will be able to work with community members, work with farmers, work with everyone that is willing to share and expand our knowledge, and take ourselves to a new place. So with that, thank you so much, everyone who's here and has joined in. This is going to be recorded for the purposes of being able to share this with everyone and people who want to know about what we do or what has happened here. I know things do come up for people. I know with Barbecue Reed, they had a school visit um, at GCU in Phoenix today, so I know not all of them would be able to attend this. So with that, we are using technology, and using this space to capture what we can, and then be able to share this with youth. So, with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sterling. Before we go ahead and get started, I just wanted to invite everybody to introduce themselves in the chat. And then I will hand it back off to Deandra and Juke. Thank you.
So while everyone introduces themselves in the chat, let us know where you're coming from and yeah, your area of interest in this topic. Caitlin, are we introducing Amy right now as well?
Yeah, we can go ahead and move on to that. Thank you.
Okay, so next in our agenda, we're gonna go ahead and do our blessing, which is by Amy Wan. And Amy, you can introduce yourself briefly before.
Skuksanik, everybody. Good morning. Good to see you. Anya Jigik, Amy Wan, Chapkumaya Amjit, Shukta Fiction, Witchich Oidak, Adi Fiction, Kikum, you Chinya Og, Chichkik, Romelda Miguel, Sylvester Wan, and you got Chinya Waska, Chichkik, Mary Melissa Miles, but Daniel Wan, but and you hold Chinya Bob, but Chichkik, Mary Elizabeth Miguel, but Lawrence Miguel, but and your Whippinut God, Elijah, Tristan, Shiraz, and your Wilmacum, your Wilmacum, and Autumn Jigik, Dominic. Good morning, everybody. Welcome again. Let's wake up and get everything started, get this beautiful day started. My name is Amy Wan. I come here from the Donauton Nation. I come from the communities of Kamobabi, Newfields, and Little Tucson. And really happy to be here. Thank you to AHO CSA for asking me to come and be a part of this forum today. Is so important. This topic is something that I think generations of Autumn have been, I guess I wouldn't say wormed about, but at least told stories about times changing, climate changing, rain patterns changing, all these different changes that were to come and are here. And so it's so important to keep the dialogue going, to make sure that we are prepared and we are strong for it. And I always have hope, and I'm always proud because of the hard work that a lot of us that are tuned in today have done throughout the years on the Donauton Nation, and we are definitely in a good place. And today's event is proof of that. So I'm really honored to help open up the space, and I'm going to just share the planting song, of course, with any chance that we get to teach the song, to share it is super important, because not a lot of people realize that we still have our planting songs. And this planting song is the second in the series of 4 that I've been sharing. I think over the years, the first planting song has caught on, and the second planting song is something for people to continue to learn. And and the song also speaks of the second series in your planting. After you put the seed in the ground, the babies into the ground, comes this song when your plants start to grow and you start to see all your hard work come out of the ground. Wushanyim is one of the words in the song to come out, and also singing about the morning time and the evening time and that time that you spent in your oidak. And you know, things are growing, but they're not quite yet there to harvest. And I think that we're all in that phase. You know, we've done a lot of hard work, and there's still a lot more work to be done, but we're enjoying what we see, and enjoying seeing what came out of the seeds that we planted. And so I'm gonna offer this song this morning for everyone, and we'll say a prayer and then continue with the program. So Iruya aru tatai chuchim ipoy na sharing tamai soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona tatai chuchim ipoy na sharing tamai soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona tatai chuchim ipoy na udung tamay soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona nyan wa soson kuhona tatai chuchim ipoy na udung tamay soson kuhona iruya Skasiarik Thanathakum, thank you so much for all of the blessings that we've received in our lives, in our community, and for our nation. We ask for continued guidance in the work that we do, to continue to connect with the land, to connect with our seeds, to connect with our purpose in providing for our people, for our community. Please continue to bless everyone's hands, and the dirt and the seeds and the plants that we nurture. Please continue to bless our minds, to keep our minds clear and full of purpose and full of love and intention for the work that we do, and especially our bodies. Farmers work hard and are some of the hardest workers I know. And continue to bless their bodies and their spirits to keep growing good food, keep sharing good seed, and continuing to share the spirit of resilience and purpose and strength that Oidak Himdak brings to our community and to our Wichita. And we ask that all of our hard work continue to grow, continue to blossom, and continue to spread throughout our community, our nation, and the world, to be prepared and to be as strong as we can be for what we will continue to face in the future, now in the future. And just bless our elders, bless our babies, bless those that are yet to be born, bless those that are suffering or hurting, and for all of their prayers that are unsaid. And especially bless Aho CSA, all these wonderful young people that are doing good work, and continue to guide them and keep them strong. And especially for this forum today, that all the information that shared, all of the people that have come to present, that their expertise, their skills, and their knowledge are also taken in and continue to grow within all of us. So Sapo, thank you. And thank you again, Aho CSA, for inviting me. I'm so proud of the work that you all are doing and continue to do. And let's have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for that. Next, I wanted to introduce another guest that's going to be with us today. His name is Derek. He's an artist that does graphic recording. So I'll just let him kind of introduce himself and the work that he does, and you guys can kind of check out his work throughout the forum today.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I was a little bit late, but I'm still glad to be here and be able to share this moment and opportunity of just learning and growing as a community, and just letting us all share this type of knowledge and skill set that we all have individually, but as a collective, we're all going to grow together with all of this that is being shared. Nobody's perfect, and I know this because I'm not either, but still, I'm glad that we're all able to come together like this and be able to change some of these things that matter within our individual lives, or just as a community in general, and just be able to help one another and share all this good knowledge and expertise and experiences. And yeah, I've been doing this graphic recording for a while, year and a half now, and I'm really feel like I found my niche, and I'm able to combine both of my nerdy artsy my nerdy science side with my graffiti artsy side. So this all just goes to show like, just keep on going for your goals and just do whatever makes you happy, and whatever fills your heart with joy, and your whatever you're passionate about. Just keep on moving forward in that good way, and things will come out. There's always obstacles, challenges, but it's all right. That's why we have loved ones and people in our lives to help balance that out. And yeah, thank you guys. Sapo.
Thank you, Derek. I just wanted to briefly mention that we're going to have a few surveys throughout today's forum. So before we jump into the first session, I did want to do a quick survey with everyone, and we'll also just go through today's agenda, just so everybody is aware of the different sessions that we have going on. If some of you missed the agenda just being shared around social media, so I can just quickly share that with you all. We have a few different sessions today. Our first session will be with water resources on the Tohono O'odham Nation. I'll share my screen. This might be a little easier. You guys can read it over. So after you guys read this over, I will share a quick survey with you all. And we'll just have a few throughout, just to gather some feedback from you all on climate smart agriculture, some practices, and your thoughts and everything on climate change. And this will help us when developing workshops for everyone, as well as a future forum. Okay. So if you all wouldn't mind participating in our first survey here, let's just get it started. Sorry, that is not the right one. If you guys could see the survey and just wouldn't mind answering a few questions, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, as everyone finishes up the survey questions, we're gonna continue on with the agenda. And next, who we have up is Celso Villegas, who is Executive Director with Water Resources on the Tohono Nation. And he will be going over the adaptation plan. And also throughout these sessions, we're gonna have these surveys pop up after each session.
First, I would like to know, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So I guess I can start, right?
Yes, you're good. We can begin.
Okay. So my name is Celso Villegas. I'm the director of the Water Resources for the Tohono Water Resources Department for the Tohono O'odham Nation. A little background. I grew up with my grandmother in Convaya or Comobabi in the Stuktok district. I'm a scientist with 3 degrees in science. And currently or lately, I've been working on water issues and climate impacts on our nation. So with that, I like to begin my discussion. I know that not everybody had a chance to read the the Tohono O'odham Nation Climate Adaptation Plan. I think what we need to do is probably get it. We got the okay from the council to allow the public to view it. First, they had a hard time trying to get it out. Well, I had a hard time trying to decide how we were going to get it out. But I've been allowing people to read it if they ask. And so I'm going to try to put it on the nation's website so that everybody can read it. So that's one thing I wanted to get out of the way, because I think that, when we developed the climate adaptation plan, I went to all the districts. I went to about maybe 40 communities to discuss what the O'odham wanted in a climate adaptation plan. And we put all that information together. And then, just wanted to let you know there's a lot of work, 4 years of work that we put into it. But still, I'm pretty sure climate change, the discussion on climate change and its effect on agriculture, it's going to take more than 40 minutes. It's a big topic. Both of them separately are big topics, but more importantly, agriculture in the face of global warming is even a bigger subject, which is being discussed every day now. Seems like I get so much information on the effects of climate change on water and agriculture. So let me share my screen. So before I talk about climate change in agriculture, I want to acknowledge the Jur Kacham, Mother Earth. And so her abiotic and biotic processes gives us life. Every morning, her terrestrial and ocean plants absorb atmospheric carbon dioxide gas and makes oxygen for us. She spins the hydraulic cycle to make water. Her soils grow plants for us to eat and for the animals we eat. She provides raw materials we use to shelter us from extreme weather events. So I wanted to be sure that we acknowledge her as a living being, and without her, we will not be here. Mother Earth's position in our solar system is by design to promote life. She's not too close to the sun to burn us and not too far to freeze us. She's in the right place to produce life. She has oxygen, water, and developed soils. Climate change or global warming is threatening the health of our mother. So, I just wanted to be sure that, I'm having trouble with my computer, with my mouse. It's going crazy. It's running around. But I just wanted to be sure that we understand that, for a while there, I think we've lost our contact with Mother Earth. Not as much people that farm or people that do agriculture, they're tied into Mother Earth every day. But I think in general, human beings have lost their relationship with Mother Earth. Being an ecologist and studying Mother Earth for most of my life, I have a pretty good connection about what I feel is what she is. And so every day when I wake up and I go to work, I look at what's happening out of all the nitrogen fixing processes, the photosynthesis, all of these activities that I learned from my grandmother and from school, from the University of Arizona, and put it together. And so I actually see her work, the energy coming from the sun, the photons, being absorbed, from the plants, all of this stuff. I can see it. And so I'm not saying that I'm fortunate and I'm the only one, but it makes sense when my grandmother talked to me about, life in general. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm always going to bring it up in my discussions. If you ever hear me talk, is that I want to acknowledge the Jur Kacham because she is our mother. And the reason why I bring it up is because I know that without her being alive, we will not be here. So I'm a little mixed up on my planning, but on my PowerPoint, because kind of had to put it together kind of quickly this week, and that's not a problem. But I'm gonna go through this. So, when we adapt to global warming, that's what we're doing now. We're not mitigating it no more, because we just put so much carbon dioxide in the air, in the atmosphere, that it's kind of a little bit too late to be mitigating it. And that means trying to solve the problem, which the root of the problem is burning fossil fuel. They're meeting this week in Dubai, about COP's meeting there, the convention of parties that are meeting. And they're discussing, ways, and they really are, the humans are really going to try to get as close to net zero as possibly. That means that no more burning of fossil fuel. And I can tell you just what's coming out is that the oil industry is not budging. And so that means there is going to be more carbon dioxide put into the atmosphere. And to be honest, we're all guilty of it. We drive vehicles which burn fossil fuel, gas, diesel. We need to burn fossil fuel to generate the most of our electricity, so that we can have this conversation on the media. So we are a part of it. But I think the oil and fossil fuel industry wants to make as much money as they can before we go into worldwide solar power or other types of power. And the scientists are working on that too. So, as we adapt to global warming, we will face the uncertainty of what, where, and when a crisis climate is going to happen. However, we can identify our weaknesses by remembering and documenting past extreme weather events and the past threats to our health and safety. So, using historical data, past climate events, and science literature, the O'odham Nation developed a climate change adaptation plan. And I'm happy to say that I was part in the writing and the review of the plan, and we tried to incorporate any thoughts or any surveys that we had conducted with the communities, the districts, the nation's departments and programs, just everything we could get common themes, thoughts, and try to put it in the climate adaptation plan, because the adaptation plan is not about one person, one department, one district, one community. It's about the whole world, the O'odham world, trying to fit into a world in the future that's going to be hotter. It's going to heat up. So let me see what I got here.
You may have heard of global climate change, which is often called global warming. But how much do regular people understand the science of climate change? If you were asked to explain how global warming works.
Oh, sorry again. My mouse is just really active today. Can't get it what I want to do. I should have checked it before I did it, but
You may have heard of global climate change, which is often called global warming. But how much do regular people understand the science of climate change? If you were asked to explain how global warming works, could you? Take a moment to try to explain to yourself how virtually all climate scientists think the Earth is warming. What is the physical or chemical mechanism? In one study, we asked almost 300 adults in the US, and not a single person could accurately explain the mechanism of global warming at a pretty basic level. Allow us to give you a short explanation of how global warming works. First, here is how Earth's temperature works without considering how humans influence it. The Earth absorbs light from the sun, which is mostly visible light. To release that light energy, Earth also emits light. But because the Earth is cooler than the sun, it emits lower energy infrared light. So, Earth's surface essentially transforms most of the visible light it gets from the sun into infrared light. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, such as methane and carbon dioxide, let visible light pass through but absorb infrared light, causing the atmosphere to retain heat. This energy can be absorbed and emitted by the atmosphere many times before it eventually returns to outer space. The added time this energy hangs around has helped keep Earth warm enough to support life as we know it. Without this greenhouse effect, caused by these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the Earth's average surface temperature would be about 50 degrees Fahrenheit cooler, which is well below the freezing point for ice. So, how have humans changed things? Since the dawn of the industrial age, around the year 1750, atmospheric carbon dioxide has increased by 40%, and methane has almost tripled. These increases cause extra infrared light absorption, meaning an extra greenhouse effect, which has caused Earth to heat above its typical temperature range. In other words, energy that gets to Earth has an even harder time leaving it, causing Earth's average temperature to increase, thus producing global climate change. To wrap up, we'll quickly summarize the mechanism of global climate change. Earth transforms sunlight's visible energy into infrared light, and infrared energy leaves Earth slowly because it's absorbed by greenhouse gases. As people produce more greenhouse gases, energy leaves Earth even more slowly, raising Earth's temperature even more than it has already gone up. That's how global warming happens. In these few minutes, you've hopefully become one of the few people who understand the mechanism of global climate change. Please share this video with others so you can help them understand how global warming works too.
So I said sorry about the video and everything. Usually I prepare better than this, but I think I had to transfer it to my, well, no excuses, but I do know that my laptop and my mouse are really finicky. Sometimes they do this to me, but we're moving forward. So as a people, we agreed our climate drivers are rising temperatures, drought, and extreme flooding. This is what we got from going in a meeting with the people and the departments and the employees. And this is what we chose 3 items, and the 3 items were rising temperatures, drought, and extreme flooding. And that as a people, we wanted to protect our people, ourselves, our health and water. In the human section of our plan, the human health section, in this area, in our plan, we discuss culturally important foods. And we also discussed developing a nationwide agriculture plan to provide traditional crops so that we can feed ourselves in the face of climate change. And like I said, I don't think anybody here had a chance to read the climate adaptation plan. And I do know that we put a lot of effort into agriculture, a discussion that we will need to have as a nation, as the O'odham nation, to talk about food sovereignty and sustainability and security. Because at this point, we may have to feed ourselves our traditional foods, and also develop a mechanism so that all of our people get to eat. And so that's a discussion I hope that will be generated by you guys and by everybody that wants to, other tribes that want to decide that, you know, we have to, Native people have to feed ourselves, and that the United States cavalry is not going to save us, that we need to save ourselves. So I will carry on with our discussion. So how will global warming affect agriculture in the Southwest? According to the 5th National Climate Assessment, there will be urban expansion, drier soils, increase in groundwater use, food security, extreme heat and drought, and the rising cost of groundwater extraction. And so as far as urban expansion, as if you are following the news, the shortage on the Colorado River has caused the cities and the farmers and industries to start talking about who has more right to the water. And that's a big discussion that's happening. People are compromising, but there is a fight right now over water, just not in Arizona and the United States, but worldwide. Water is a limited resource. About 1 to 3% of the water is fresh water that we drink. Of all the water in the world, if you see the earth, you'll say there's so much water. There's the oceans, and there's the polar caps and the glaciers, but about 1 to 3% of all of that is fresh water, and that's what humans are in. That's what we're fighting for, the use of that 3% of fresh water. And thank the Natukum that it's recyclable. It recycles. We're drinking the same water we've drinking for thousands of years because the mechanisms that Mother Earth to recycle that water. But we have also polluted that water in the process. So the other problems we're going to have are drier soils that they can harm the workers by putting different fungus and bacteria into the atmosphere. But also drier soils mean you have to water your soil more often to get it, to prep it for agriculture. And I think there's a lot of concern about the dust and the microbes that it can carry. The other thing is the increased use in groundwater. Because of the shortage on the Colorado River, a lot of farmers and a lot of smaller communities that receive any water from the Colorado River, or larger communities like Tucson and Phoenix, you know, they may have to, or we all may have to use more groundwater. On the Tohono O'odham Nation, we use groundwater. There really is no surface water. We don't have lakes and running rivers. We do have a lot of groundwater though. And we're pretty fortunate the amount of groundwater we have underneath us will be able to sustain us for hundreds of years into the future. But now saying that, a lot of people, the U.S. Geological Survey and a lot of federal entities and even the state of Arizona are very aware that there's a lot of water on the nation. So the other thing is about food security. The cost to produce more food is going to impact the poor. And then also the types of things that we grow may not benefit humans as much as dairy cattle or other animals that we feed, that we eat. So we're gonna have to decide what is our diet for the future. The other three things are extreme heat. You know, I don't have to tell you this, but you guys experience in Arizona, we had over like 90 days of at least over 80 days of extreme weather, over 105 degrees, and maybe about 20 of those were over 110. So it's getting hotter. And October of this year actually, and this year alone has been one of the hottest, global temperatures that the Earth has faced in years. And so we keep breaking these records as far as heat. And then there's drought. And since we live in the Sonoran Desert, and it's not uncommon, we know what drought is. And so we get about 11 inches of rain every year if the monsoons come and the winter rains come. But it's not dependable, and there's so much variability now that we don't even know. People are guessing now about El Nino and La Nina, when things are going to happen. And so, it's up in the air. It's always been anyway. And then the last thing is the rising cost for groundwater extraction. And that means is as we pump out more groundwater, we got to chase that water. And as soon as it starts dropping, the water table starts dropping, we have to extend the pipe that pulls out the water and then put a bigger motor to pull it up because of the depth to the water. And that will cost a lot of different type of sizes of pumps, and also as far as electrical cost. It's going to cost us more money to pull it out. So about every 4 years, the U.S. Global Change Research Programs delivers a climate assessment to Congress and the President on the effects of global climate change on the natural environment, including agriculture. Here are a few key messages from the 5th National Climate Assessment on Global Warming and Agriculture. So the first one is global warming has increased agriculture production risk by disrupting growing zones and growing days, which depend on rain, air temperature, and soil moisture. So what it's really saying that it's going to be harder to grow crops. Global warming is projected to disrupt food systems in ways to reduce availability and affordability of nutritious foods, adding to the burden of poverty, unemployment, and depopulation. So food is going to cost more. Rural communities manage most of the nation's land and natural resources, which provides food and bioproducts and ecosystem services. Opportunities like the AHO CSA can increase resilience to global warming and to protect rural livelihoods. And all it's saying is rural communities and tribes can adapt to global warming. So I just wanted to bring those three up. There's a full discussion on the internet if you want to get to read more about agriculture and global warming. So my family, we have a garden. We plant vegetables, melons, peppers, squash. We planted corn this year, and we eat what we plant. We've always done that. I've always done that with my grandmother, and so we just do that. We like to eat what we grow, but we're not professional farmers, and that's fine. But I believe that as a nation, the United States has the capacity and funding to feed all of its citizens in the world. And so here are some of my recommendations for food sustainability. So we need to invest in public research. We need to increase funding to provide farmers with the tools and information needed to maximize efficiency and productivity. Farmers need science more than ever. We need to expand conservation programs in the Federal Farm Bill to make it easier for farmers to adopt sustainable practices that can make their farms more climate resilient. And I think that's what they're trying to do. I know that I heard that drip irrigation is something that USDAs and other farmers and universities are suggesting that we do instead of flood farming. not really flood farming, but just spreading water across the fields and let them use that. Probably try to do it twice to pre-farm by wetting it and then coming back and then doing it again. Because other people have used different methods. I know that my friend Dr. Michael Johnson, I think his thing is to go and give water to each plant with a little bucket. So we all do it different, but the point is to save water, especially in areas where evaporation is very high. The other thing is to strengthen safety nets to provide farm families and communities with the support they need to survive the climate crisis and become more resilient. And this includes better crop insurance programs, healthcare access for farmers and farm workers, and responsive disaster relief programs. And that's all has to do with, we need to lobby for that from all rural farmers and also just regular farmers. We need to make sure that the U.S. Department of Agriculture hears our voices and our concerns about the future, because without food, water, we're just not going to live on water alone. And then the last thing is to what they're trying to do is scientists and politicians are trying to, some politicians, not all of them, are trying to achieve net zero emissions. And they're trying to prioritize policies to drastically reduce human climate gas emission to give us a chance, fighting chance to get us close to net zero as quickly as we can. And hopefully it's not too late. But the other thing I read an interesting article of achieving net zero, because we've disrupted the geocache and Mother Earth and her processes. We don't know how much she can take as far as carbon dioxide pollution, and we don't know if we remove it completely, if her biotic and abiotic systems could tolerate a net zero emission. So what we're doing is this is one of the biggest science experiments that we're doing. We're over polluting, and then we're trying to stop polluting and then maybe under pollute, and we don't know how Mother Earth is going to respond. And hopefully in the process of this experiment, we don't kill her or damage her to the point where she cannot do her processes to keep us alive. And I know that that's just my opinion, but I believe that that she is a living being and we need to protect her. That's my feeling. But before we go into discussions, I would like to let me see. Let me get out of this one, and hopefully it's in my my directory here. I think we still got time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get to my. I would like to. This is a really short. We can decide this after, but I want to show you something. I just wanted to say that, human beings are not the only life forms on the Jewel Kacham that depend on plants and depend on Mother Earth. So I wanted to leave you with this because of climate change and its effects on humans, but the other life forms here on Earth. So, with that, I end my presentation, and do we have time to discuss any questions?
I have a question. How do you spell Mother Earth and Autumn again?
Jewett
Can you go back
Kachim,
to that?
for, yeah, it's Jewed,
Yeah, Jewett.
Jewett, CA, the two colons, CAM.
The CA.
Excuse me, KA, the two dots, the colon, or whatever, the semicolon, or whatever it's called, and then CIM. Gotcha.
CI. KA:CIM.
CIM. Yes,
All right, thank you.
welcome. So
And I just want to say thank you again. I just thank you for that presentation. It's very powerful and impactful. And to just know that like water resources, but also just like it takes the whole community and everybody, all the walks of life, to work together in order to sustain Mother Earth.
Thank you. So the other thing is that this is really important to me, so I might go a little bit over. I hope it's not going to mess up everybody's timetable. But this is the film. It's only a short film that I wanted everybody to see. That's all, because if you really want to understand climate change, global warming, I think this is the best video. You heard the audio, but like I said, my computer and my mouse are not working together today. No excuse, but we're gonna see this.
You may have heard of global climate change,
Again, it's
which
really
is often
short.
called global warming. But how much do regular people understand the science of climate change? If you were asked to explain how global warming works, could you? Take a moment to try to explain to yourself how virtually all climate scientists think the Earth is warming. What is the physical or chemical mechanism? In one study, we asked almost 300 adults in the US, and not a single person could accurately explain the mechanism of global warming at a pretty basic level. Allow us to give you a short explanation of how global warming works. First, here is how Earth's temperature works without considering how humans influence it. The Earth absorbs light from the sun, which is mostly visible light. To release that light energy, Earth also emits light. But because the Earth is cooler than the sun, it emits lower energy infrared light. So, Earth's surface essentially transforms most of the visible light it gets from the sun into infrared light. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, such as methane and carbon dioxide, let visible light pass through but absorb infrared light, causing the atmosphere to retain heat. This energy can be absorbed and emitted by the atmosphere many times before it eventually returns to outer space. The added time this energy hangs around has helped keep Earth warm enough to support life as we know it. Without this greenhouse effect, caused by these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the Earth's average surface temperature would be about 50 degrees Fahrenheit cooler, which is well below the freezing point for ice. So, how have humans changed things? Since the dawn of the industrial age, around the year 1750, atmospheric carbon dioxide has increased by 40%, and methane has almost tripled. These increases cause extra infrared light absorption, meaning an extra greenhouse effect, which has caused Earth to heat above its typical temperature range. In other words, energy that gets to Earth has an even harder time leaving it, causing Earth's average temperature to increase, thus producing global climate change. To wrap up, we'll quickly summarize the mechanism of global climate change. Earth transforms sunlight's visible energy into infrared light, and infrared energy leaves Earth slowly because it's absorbed by greenhouse gases. As people produce more greenhouse gases, energy leaves Earth even more slowly, raising Earth's temperature even more than it has already gone up. That's how global warming happens.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing. I just wanted to, because I think it's very important that everybody understands how humans are part of the problem of global warming, but also to do the mechanism. When I talk to young people at different junior high or high school, middle school or high school, I tell them, I want you to understand what is really happening at the level you can understand, so that when you talk to people, people of influence, parents and teachers and professors, that I tell them, so you can say, we know what's happening, instead of just allowing other people, somebody to tell your story. And so that's why I wanted to make sure that the people here that I'm talking to today have a better understanding of what climate change, global warming is about. So I'm sorry I repeated it again. Can take some more questions. And I also will tell you this is that before the questioning is that I'm available. I would like to, this is a short period of my time. I would like to have these discussions at any level, but also at a Tohono O'odham nationwide level, because we need to discuss these things more. Because when I wrote the climate adaptation plan, it was going to change because the climate is changing. So things we talked about in 2018 are not the same no more. So I'm trying to get an update to the council as soon as possible. And would like to, so any of my information I have, you can, if you have questions or want to further this discussion, let me know. It's not over for me. I want to be able to make sure that everybody understands. So any other questions? I'm sorry, taking your time.
Yeah, I had a question. How can we get access to the nation's adaptation plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to put it on the nation's website, but it's a big. I can't send it to you from email. I tried. What I do is people. I tell them if they can send me a flash or USB or send it to me, I'll load it up and send it back. That's how I've been doing it lately. Just sending it back because it is big and a lot of
Yeah.
pictures. And so that's the one way. But if we can get it on the website and it can be downloadable, that's the easiest way. But also, my office right there in Sal's in the BIA complex, if you ever drop by and just want to give me your flash drive or USB, I will, load you up and you can have it. The other
Okay,
thing,
thank you. Yeah.
the other thing we can do is I can print out copies and have those available as well. And
Thank you.
so
Yeah, that'll be a really big help, especially with some of the work that we do here at Ajo CSA. And with my job, I do the same thing, going into the schools and talk to the kids and really get them thinking about this whole idea of climate change and a lot of the phrase that we've been using and the topic of the workshop here is climate smart. And trying to get them to think about the future. I know they're young and they don't really think too much about that, but this is really going to impact them, us dealing with it now. And like you said, it's only going to change and get worse from here. And hopefully we can somewhat make an improvement here, especially here on the nation.
that's true. I think you're right. I think that's the young people where they're going to inherit our problem to the point where it's going to affect them directly. We're gonna live through this thing, us at the age where we're at right now, you guys, me, we're gonna live through it. The impact is 2030, 2040, 2050. That's when we're gonna see drastic changes that we can't control. And the issue is going to be water sustainability and availability and food sustainability. Without water, food, we can't grow it. So these are major issues that are coming up, and I hope that you guys in your process teaching kids, telling them that don't be scared. We can survive this. All of them and other tribal entities have made it through a lot of adversity to here, to now. And now we have to go from here and provide a way, a mechanism for our younger people to survive whatever we are doing to Mother Earth. So with that, I just wanted to tell you to tell the kids, don't be scared. Let's deal with it. Let's face it together and let's do the best we can to survive this.
Great, thank you, Celso and Water Resource Department. This is much needed and necessary work, so we all need to continue to discuss this topic and work together and pay attention. So thank you for that. Next, we will give another survey will pop up. And we'll give you guys about 2 minutes or so. Just let us know when you're done with the survey questions. Give us a thumbs up, and then we'll move on to the next presenter. again, once you guys have submitted the survey questions, just give us a thumbs up and we can move on. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Juke, you want to introduce the next presenter?
All right, so me and Dee here will be presenting for Ajo CSA. We have a presentation about some of the programming that we do, along with touching on the topic of climate smart. We're gonna keep using that phrase, so those of you that are on that may have not heard it before, please keep that in mind, that this is something that you're going to be hearing a lot. In like our previous presentation, it keeps going on and things are changing rapidly, and they're really starting to make an appearance. And especially with this year, we got almost no rain. That was one of my answers for the question, was like, why didn't we get any things of the climate change this year? And rain's a big thing, especially for us here growing our foods, our traditional foods on the nation, and getting no rain is a big issue. But we're gonna get ready and go into our presentation. I hope you guys were able to answer the survey. And yeah, welcome. This is a little piece of what we do here at Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture.
Okay, so for the first slide, we just want to kind of give another question. We're going to have a lot of questions for you guys today, so let's all participate and engage. So this first question is kind of just a little icebreaker question. And it is, what are your thoughts when you hear climate smart agriculture? So you guys can unmute yourself and say it, or put it in the chat, and we'll be able to see it after throughout the forum if you don't have an answer yet.
Are any of our farm apprentices on? Maybe you guys can help us out and give us an answer to the question. What are your guys' thoughts on it?
Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, yeah, I got one of them here. I don't know if you can see.
What's climate smart mean to me? Climate smart means to me is how to adapt to the way of climate changes, the different climate changes, and with their plans, like to how to adapt it to the agriculture with their farming and all that. Basically just how to adapt to climate changes in general. On our part, the drought and the heat and talking about the water and all that, that's where we had trouble with that, is with water mainly, and how to adapt to that, and that's only getting hotter, and the drought. So it's hard for us to farm without, especially in the flood base, we call it flood based farming method. It's real hard to kind of grow plants with the different climate changes and everything that's going on.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
I'm sorry, that was Travis Salazar, one of the apprentice by any chance. I have another apprentice here with me. You can introduce himself.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Gilbert Villegas Jr. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good. What does Climate Smart mean to me? In my understanding, Climate Smart means a better understanding in our seasons and how things are going to start happening now, and in a way to adapt. This is nothing new. This is something that our ancestors have dealt with long before, and these are things that they probably went through, and there's just ways that we're gonna have to find ways to adapt to these seasons, especially now that they're getting worse, and especially we didn't have a good monsoon season, and that's a big impact on us when we really look forward to our rains and our water, especially as us as dry land farmers, and how we do our things without gas pumped or tapped into any well. We are doing this naturally, harvesting rainwater and bringing it to the gardens and growing and seeing our hard work pay off, and just adapting to what we have to do and making things work with what we got, and just doing what we have to. And it's just Climate Smart. It's just more about, on my understanding for myself personally, it's just adapting to season change and reading it and understanding it more better, so we can have progress more in our futures for farming. Thank you.
Thanks
Great,
for sharing,
thank you.
guys. Really appreciate the work you guys are doing out there. I know it's hard, especially this year. It was rough, but your guys' work doesn't go unseen. We highly appreciate it out here.
All
All right, thank you both.
Do we still have time?
We have time for one more.
Yeah, I have my other apprentice with me.
Hello, our listening WZP. What does Climate Smart mean to me? Just basically, what the last few were saying, adapting and learning how to, work with the plants every season, or like climate, or what, every climate change. Sorry. Just adapt and learn.
Yeah, exactly. We're all still continually learning as well. So, and that's a big word that we'll utilize a lot, is adapt. We all adapt our food, our seeds. We'll continue on. If you're muted.
Oh yeah, welcome everybody. So yeah, bring our presentation here. So we're Ajo CSA. Our mission is to support the development of sustainable and local grown food in Ajo and here on the reservation. We are a Native American governed nonprofit organization that provides agricultural, educational, and reduces barriers to healthy and cultural appropriate foods, preserves and revitalizes agricultural traditions, fosters local food-based economic development, and establishes valuable partnerships. So basically, we go out and one of our main things is going and providing knowledge to the community and anybody that invites us to their events to go and share not only our traditional foods, but how to be self-sustainable. Self-sustainability, is basically learn how to take care of yourself. On our end, it's more so how to grow your own food. One of the big issues that we've just come out of is the pandemic. And, the scarce of food was a big, and I know a lot of people are panicking, but, us out here, I was trying to tell people out here that, it's a part of who we are. Our people have been growing these foods and taking care and growing off the land for so long that if it were to happen again, that, we really need to unite together to come and try to spread the word on how to take care of ourselves and really bring back some of these traditions, because, anything was to happen, that I feel we'll be okay here and we'll know how to take care of ourselves. But just going off of that, my name's Juke Patricio. I am the youth coordinator for Ajo Center for Sustainable Agriculture. My job is going out and I train our youth interns. I work with them and teach them how to not only be climate smart, but how to go through and grow, care for the plants, cultivate, having them understand what it is to be a farmer, not only on a small scale, but also on a larger scale. And even going into the schools and helping with the classes, educating and helping out with some of the clubs that we have out here. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I do. Dee, you can go ahead.
Hi again, I'm Deandra, also known as Dee. And my position with Ajo CSA is an outreach coordinator. It's similar to Juke, so we work together a lot. We've been working together for the past couple of months, collaborating within our positions to go out to the nation. I know this past month in November, there was a lot of events going on. It was Native American Heritage Month, so we go out and present what Ajo CSA is, what we do, and particularly, in particular, the climate smart ag practices has been one of the main focus that we've been presenting. Next, we're gonna have like the brief activity. So this is something that everyone will need to engage in, whether you unmute yourself and tell us an answer or put it in the chat. So I'm just gonna ask a couple questions and then we're gonna guess what the picture is. The first question is, what is something we harvest to start off the autumn new year?
Please feel free to blurt out the questions. We're not going to try to wait for the comments or anything, just due to time. So if you know it, go ahead and shout it.
Baidach.
All right, there it is. Baidach. Yeah, so baidach is one of our main crops that we go out and harvest, and this is the start for our new year here as autumn. It basically starts our way of life almost. We harvest our baidach, we go out and we ask for rain. It has to do with the rain. The rain connects with our plants. We go out and we take care of our plants and we harvest them. It feeds us, and it goes on from there. We go all the way around in a circle again. There's many other things that connect to it, but just keeping it brief. So the next one, what are one or both of the two melons that we grow here on the nation? Our autumn crops, I guess. Our two main autumn melons.
Squash.
Goody basho.
Goody basho. Come on, farmers. Squash? No, the melons. Our melons. So goody basho and
Yellow meated melon.
Yep, there we go. Thanks, guys. Yeah, these guys helped out and grew a lot of this stuff out this year. Goody basho and the swam melon in autumn. There's a picture right here. We had a lot of these, like Deandra had mentioned. We participate in a lot of the events here that we're going out for Native American Month. And we're honored to be able to go out and share some of these foods, which, you know, you can't go out and just buy these in the stores. And even here on the reservation, they've become very rare. And these past couple of years, we've been fortunate enough to be able to grow out and start building up our seed bank so we can start providing those seeds. But Goody Basho and Swam Miron.
All right, next question is, this crop is sweet when chewed on, and it's also an ingredient in processed foods used as a sweetener.
It's not about mesquite pot. Mesquite pots.
Mesquite pods.
No, not mesquite pods.
We grow it, guys.
The crop.
Oh,
Sugar cane.
that's what I was gonna say.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Sugarcane or caño or caña. And the new phrase that, I guess the phrase that the plant is actually called, what was it again, Deandra?
It's a sorghum, which is a grain crop, but this is particularly a sweet sorghum. And a lot of us know it as sugarcane. Okay, next question is, what is the Octum known for growing acres of over generations? Might be a tough one. We have that question and then another one. Duke.
The other question is, there is a village named after this crop. Yep, there it is. But you guys know what kind of bow? And can you tell us the village?
Bao, Kapawa.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Yes, the Totobao and Tapawa. So yeah, I've heard the story of, you know, travelers coming through, and a boy that came across them, and they were trying to ask him and talk to him, and he had some of the bao with him, and that's what he was saying was Totobao, and the miscommunication, the village then became Tapawa. Oh, the outsiders knew it as Tapawa.
How do you pronounce the Kano?
Caño.
Caño? And what is that
Caño.
for?
That's the sugarcane.
The sugar cane?
Yeah.
How do you pronounce it again? Caño.
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 Yeah,
Caño.
so it's spelled like that, and then there's also Kayno. I've seen it spelled like that, and then I've also seen it spelled Kayna, which is Kanya. But again, it just has to do with dialect. I've heard both Caño and Kanya.
All right, moving on. Our last question for this activity is, which crop is processed into a dried rope form? I think I heard it.
No.
Yes, the squash or the hod in autumn. So you can see it there. This is from one of our past events that we just had last month. We do our third Saturdays there at Mission Gardens, and we went over and collaborated with them and did a presentation on how to go through, cut up, and process the squash rope. So that's it hanging up right there in the back. And that's how Autumn preserved our food, or at least our squash. And when it's dried, it can be reboiled and it'll rehydrate almost like a noodle. And yeah, because we didn't have fridges back then, this is how we stored our food, and we had it for the rest of the year.
All right. thank you for all that participated. We're moving on. Okay, so this is just a little bit more in depth and more of a visual of what we have been doing with AHO CSA for the past months and what we do within our position. So in the left corner, Juke just mentioned our third Saturday event. So as an outreach coordinator, I've been participating in this a lot more for the past few months. Every third Saturday of the month, AHO CSA collaborates with Mission Garden on Tohono O'odham agriculture. So it depends on the season and what's relevant during that time. Like Juke mentioned, last month we focused on the Had Hihich. If anybody knows another term of saying it, that's the dried squash rope. And we taught our team how to process it and get the dried form of it. So we did each step on showing how to hack the rind off and spiral it into the ribbon form. So this coming month we'll have our other third Saturday event. So look out for a flyer on social media on what we'll be discussing. And then another thing within my position and something we are implementing more is more hands-on activities or handout activities to get everyone more engaged. In the bottom picture here with the crops and coloring pages, this is one of the activities we've been doing with the youth. And anybody that wants to participate is basically a matching the crop game, which helps us identify how the crop looks and how to say the name in English and O'odham. So we utilize like some of our displays, some dried hoon and some wheat, as well as these pages, coloring pages that Juke actually drew all these coloring pages. So we're utilizing those in activities. And yeah, go ahead, Juke.
All right, so up here in the right corner is one of our past interns, Clay Wan. This was this past summer, and this is here at the hospital garden in Cells. And we had gotten some tomatoes, and this was just me teaching them that even though we're here in the desert and on the reservation, that we don't only have to grow the traditional crops, that there's plenty and there's quite an abundance of different foods that we can grow here. Talking to other farmers, they're jealous of Arizona because we have such a big open planting season. So if you plant stuff at the right time, you can really get a nice harvest out of it. We got quite a few of those tomatoes out of there. They're just the little cherry tomatoes. And just below that, another part of my job is going and doing school outreach. So here in the right corner, I had joined the third graders at Indian Oasis Elementary School, and we went and I helped them harvest joram. So we went out and took the kids. They had all their own buckets. They brought their own tons. And here I was showing them how to go and clean and process the joram. So they got to see and experience not only picking, cleaning, they got to cook it. And I think they even got to taste it later on that day, but I just helped them with the picking. But this is one of my other things that I do for my job. I really do enjoy it, going out and teaching these kids about our traditional foods and, not only the stuff that we grow, but the wild foods that they see out there. Always asking them, if they've gone out and harvested with any of their families, or if I'm teaching them, to have them encourage them to go out and then talk to their families about it and see if they can get them out to start picking some of these foods, because especially with the wild foods, it's there. And, the desert provides for us, and we need to go out and start picking more with our not only joram, our eat pie, and our baidach, our mesquite pods. It's just to name a few. And, one of our main focuses here in the middle is our seeds. Here at Ajo CSA, we do our best to try to provide the traditional crops here in the nation, and even to any people when we do our presentations out and off the reservation. We are always welcome to share and tell them, especially for people that may just be coming and moving into Arizona. We've had a lot of people come through that are growers that are moving from other states or even out of country, and they're excited to be in Arizona, but they don't know what to grow. And we always give them these to start with and tell them about, the adaptation and, how they're drought tolerant. They don't need a lot of water and they can withstand the heat. And, this has got to be one of our main focuses right here as the CSA is, providing, going out and talking about all these foods and sharing, but it's one thing to go and give out these seeds so that people can go out and try it. And I always do my best to encourage people. People try to shun themselves or get scared and think that they have to do their whole backyard as a garden or plant a whole field. But, I really do encourage them even just to take one and just to try it, because like I had mentioned with the pandemic, this trait of being able to grow your own food, I feel that everybody should really try to start spending the time and learn, because it's going to be different every year, and us as farmers and growers, that's something that we experience. And I feel that we're very adaptive because we have to think on the spot. If something happens, we have to figure out how to save our plants. How can we water it better? How can we keep the animals out? How can we build up our fence stronger? It's always something that's constantly changing. And, the seeds, again, they're very precious. They're not only our babies, but they're also our elders.
Great, thank you, Juke.
So going into that, us as O'odham, not only the Town of O'odham, but even out in Gila River and our sister tribes, Gila River and Salt River, the Okemah O'odham, we are climate smart, even though we don't know it. Our people have been doing this for so long. This is a illustration right here by Mike Chiago. This is a nice visual of what it means to be an Ak-Chin farmer, which means mouth of the wash. We take the rains that come down from the mountains and through the washes, and that's what we use to water our crops. So working with the land, understanding the way of the water flow, understanding when the rain's coming, understanding how to adapt and be ready for when it does come, because our farm apprentices, I even helped out with it too, being out there in Cowlick, which you guys will see. We have some pictures to show you guys there, but this is a practice that is still going on, and it's still a big part of who we are. And even on our previous presentations with water resources, I feel that this is something that the nation really does need to come back to not only provide for the people, but provide for ourselves, provide for our culture, our himata, because this is part of who we are. And this is something that, people need to understand more. And even with that, other people, outsiders, have been trying to adapt to this way of using the rainwater, or trying to save water more. Again, with water resources, there's other farms that have contacted us that are trying to learn and try to understand how they can better their crops or how they can keep their fields alive because of these issues. We're fortunate enough to have our own water system here, but anybody that's on the outside that's dealing with stuff, I know Sanavir is one of the ones that has to deal with these issues and their crops. And it's it's hard, and it's sad to see that everybody's fighting over water. Everybody needs it, and the outside world is dealing with it. And if we don't have any water, how can we grow our food? And we don't have any food, where does our future generations go? So you can go ahead and go on to the next one. So here is a nice visual of Alexander Ponce Memorial Farms, which is located out in Cowlick, Arizona. It is run by the farm manager there, Nolan Johnson. He's trained me, he's trained the farm apprentices. We've all helped them manage these crops. You got to see the picture there, which kind of shows it in the past, but just know that these practices are still going on. This field itself is probably one of a kind, I'd have to say. We go through and we have our, he has a few washes that feed the ponds there on the farms. You can see this is part of one of the washes that leads into one of the ponds here on the left. And then here in the middle, this is last summer. We were going out and planting the squash. And this was us watering the fields. We were going out and I took the youth interns out and we had helped them weed. And then we got to water the fields and they got to see and experience that. And this is the Totobao right here in this right picture. And you can see that, there's quite an abundance and it's hard work that goes into this stuff right here. And not only one person can do it, even though Nolan does pretty good by himself, but we do our best to go out and help them out, especially those farm apprentices. They're right there in Cowlick, and I know they're a really big help to him. And if they didn't grow this stuff, we wouldn't be able to eat some of the bao that we do today, because they grow out so much of it and provide for not only the nation but even people out of the nation. Nolan goes out and he sells his beans and even his wild harvested foods like his joram, sito, and just trying to provide and show people that these foods are still here. And he's doing his best to provide for the community.
So next is another example of auction farming, or a sustainable way of growing crops. This is Donalton Community College, West Campus, and I was an ag intern with Clifford Pablo, one of our well-known elder farmers. And this was talked about when I was an ag intern. We talked about the extension area, which I believe is 4 to 5 acres, and I helped clear out the area, but I didn't get to see like the actual implementation of building and working with the landscape to continue auction farming in this area and model how that looks and how it can be done and utilize the rainwater that comes through. So the rain comes from the north and flows down to the south. So Clifford had always mentioned that he wants to capture all that water that's just passing through the parking lot. And they've started implementing those practices by creating berms, basins, and utilizing gabion rock for the sheet flow water and helping divert that flow of water into their new field to practice the dry farming method. They're also harvesting, so there's passively harvesting rainwater, which is collecting it from rooftops. So this is, I believe, a 10,000 gallon cistern that they have on campus, which last I checked, which was a year ago, it was full, and they have barely tapped into it. So this is definitely something to implement and think about on the nation, is getting more cisterns around to capture rainwater.
So here is Sterling Johnson's dry land field out in Wichet-Oiluk, or Newfields. This is out on his family's land. He took us out there back, me and Elijah, back when we were farmer apprentices. We went out there, we helped them go through and cultivate and break up the soil, and we planted sugarcane, we planted the wupukbao and the totopao, and we also planted different we also went through and fixed up the land there on the side. You can see where the rain flow comes in. This is one of a few villages that have the name Fields in their name, is because they're known for being flat areas, and the O'odham knew, again, being climate smart, understanding the land and how to work with the land, how the rain flow came through when it flooded out. And there's no, he doesn't water it with any faucet or anything. And there's the water coming through, and you can see it going into the fields. And this is just on the border of the US border and Mexico. So where the fence ends, it's just about 50 feet or so to Mexico.
Okay, this next slide is another visual of climate smart ag practices and what that looks like, and how us as a program have been implementing these as sustainable practices. So like Duke mentioned about the oxygen fields, composting, if you guys don't do it already, is definitely something to invest in at home or in your program, office, wherever. But basically it's just collecting your kitchen scraps, your food scraps, and reducing our carbon footprint to the landfill, because our landfills are overflowing, and a lot of the methane that Celso was talking about is contributed from landfills, as well as conventional agriculture. And composting is, I love composting because you're utilizing this waste, this trash that you no longer want, and making something nutrient dense that will eventually help feed our seeds and help build up our soil health. So definitely invest in learning more about how to compost. We want to reduce, recycle, and reuse. And Duke, you want to go over irrigation?
So this is just a picture of some drip line irrigation out in Ajo. This is some of our winter crops that we're growing out. I think that's the autumn peas right there. And this is just another form of reducing water usage. This is more focused on the planted area, that the emitters kind of help keep the water focused on the area, and it slowly lets it out to where it seeps in, opposed to flood farming, which you can see on the opposite side, which we do out there in Cowlick. But that right there is all of the rainwater that we use. And then just below that is our intern Clay One. He's helping out one of the kids there in the garden club at the elementary school. And that tool that they're utilizing is a broad fork. And that's just another way of minimizing, disrupting the soil and disrupting the land around. It helps reduce breakage, I guess, of anything or disrupting anything around it. With the fork, it's a bit more focused than using the shovel. It kind of it's a bit more, it's not as time consuming as going through and using the shovel. And you can almost compare it to a tractor with the way that it breaks up the ground. And again, just another climate smart practice that we utilize with the CSA and on a smaller scale.
Yeah, and the broad fork can be used as a minimum to no-till, which we'll be hearing about soon in our next presenters. The middle image is just re-emphasizing on our traditional foods and these desert adapted crops, and learning how to save seed and preserve our foods. Our ancestors didn't have refrigerators or electricity, so we got to learn traditional ways and modern ways on how to do things. This slide just focuses again on food. Food is our medicine, and it's very important. And not only to grow these crops, but also look around in our backyards and appreciate these wild foods that we have seasonally. Learn how to pick them, harvest them, eat them, especially because they're a part of our genes. That this is a part of our himdak and our heritage. We're running out of time, and we want to give you guys a chance to ask questions. So again, we just want to reemphasize to plant these seeds, learn about these seeds and our landscape or our region. We want to save them to build up our seed bank for future generations, eat them to be nice and healthy and strong, continue to build up these our genetics and share them through food, crops, and knowledge.
Okay, the list here just is a little announcement on our Climate Smart Agricultural Youth Intern Program. If anybody's interested, we are recruiting. Please come out. You can get a hold of me. We have our contact info there on the bottom. It should be on our website as well. So, if there's any youth, or if you know any youth that are interested here on the reservation that are wanting to learn more about agriculture and how to grow their own foods, this is an excellent program that can come in. I'll help train them because, not only growing out our foods, we're growing out farmers here at the CSA.
Right, thank you, everyone. Now we're open to any questions that you have before we move on to the next presenter. So we'll give you a couple minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Also, look out for the survey that will be popping up, so take time for that as well. And then give us a thumbs up or something when you guys are done.
So this is also, I have a comment. When do you think, your organization and Centerville, the co-op farm, and probably TOFA, or are going to get together to have a agriculture summit for food sustainability and sovereignty? I think it's overdue. I think Amy, when I was talking to her, we're thinking the same thing. We need to have this discussion, not because of climate change, but it's forcing it to push in that direction. But we need to be able to, I would support any organization to come to the nation, and we'll have the discussion at public hearings or a public meeting or even council, because we have to have this discussion, because I firmly believe that we have the land and the water, groundwater, and the resources and the people and the knowledge. I mean, we got everything going for us, but we just seem to put it in the back burner because of other social and domestic issues we have to deal with. But at the end, and in the end, it's going to always be about water to drink and food to eat. And so I don't know when we're all going to get together and start saying, we really need to have this summit. I think that Ag and Natural Resources Committee will be the people to approach, and even the Water Resources Committee, which is my oversight. And I would push this because it's in our climate adaptation plan. We just are not addressing it because I just think we're just floating along and saying, oh, you know what? Somebody's going to do it, but nobody's doing it. So whatever you can do to encourage this, I would like to support it.
Yes, for sure. We all need to get together and collaborate and work together on these topics because we're all in the same area and doing pieces of it here and there, but we need to start putting things puzzle together and getting more in depth in these
So,
conversations.
Deandra, sorry. Yeah, like I said, we actually are planning something for the spring. In 2024, along with this will be in collaboration, not with just NRCS, but the group that we're part of, which is the Farm and Food Working Group. And Sandy Beer is a part of that group too as well. So we are hoping to sit down soon to have these discussions and really go over and hopefully in depth into a lot of these things for everyone, not just for not just only the youth, but for the adults and for tribal programs that are affiliated with either water or natural resources or anything that is being talked about. No, because these things are long overdue, and this might be something that will be leading to bigger and better things for the future and for the Tohono Nation. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sterling. So if everyone's done with the survey, we'll go ahead and move on in the agenda. And next we have NRCS.
Can you see our screen? Okay, this is Iris Francisco. I'm a natural resources specialist with NRCS, working out of the Sells field office.
Good morning, everybody. Gilbert Tutu, I'm a planner here in the field office. And we have one more staff member. Austin, you on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name's Austin Utcalez. I'm from Tucson, but I work out in the Sells field office, and I'm a natural resource specialist.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Now they can see our screen? Okay. Okay, so we're our presentation is on the benefit of soil health. And the main three soil health principles that we're going to cover are having live growing roots in the soil at all times, lessening soil disturbance, and plant diversity. Next slide. Okay, climate smart agriculture. Now, climate smart agriculture is just really how we improve the way we manage carbon in our soils and plants. And many of the conservation activities that help adapt the agricultural, that help adapt growers to the changing climate and conditions, also support climate change mitigation. And mitigation is really just reducing or lessening or removing greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. And when we talk about other conservation activities, there's also not just the field conservation field practices that we do, but also addressing air quality and also energy. on your ag operation. Air quality, the Farm Bill really looks at replacing combustible engines in your ag equipment. If it's so old, they replace the whole equipment, the whole tractor or whatever the implement is, and also pumping plants. So switching from combustible engines to maybe solar or electric or something that provides less, that really deals with their air quality emissions in that county. Or it meets it at least. Next slide. So not only does the Ag-Smart agricultural conservation activities address greenhouse emissions, but it also increases carbon sequestration. Now, carbon sequestration is just a process of storing carbon in a carbon pool. And for climate smart agriculture, the carbon pool is the soil and the plants. This is a natural process. It happens in nature, but with technology, we think that we can improve this whole method, or just help Mother Nature and improve the way this is done. And one thing that you need to know is that once the carbon's in the soil and in the plants, it really needs to live and grow. So the soil has to be in good health. Carbon, the plants take in carbon, and once it grows and it changes, and what comes out from the plant at the end is oxygen. So right there, where you're reducing the carbon in the atmosphere. So that's one of the main goals of all the conservation activities, including climate smart agricultural practices. Next slide. Okay, using cover crops and no-till, for example, increasing soil cover, organic matter, reducing water loss, and I guess it helps prepare for potential drought stress, decrease erosion, and all of those come from really extreme weather we've been having in the last few years. We'd like to demonstrate some field practices now that help growers, build climate change resilience and address all of these resource concerns, and such as soil health. Next slide. So the first one is the slate test. Now this is a test that looks at the state of stability of soil, and especially when water hits that soil really rapidly, like a real strong rainfall. Soil stability serves as a measurement of how the soil's biological activity, the energy flow, the nitrogen cycling, all of those activities in the soil, it serves as a measurement of how they're working. Now, what we want to see from this slate test is the binding of the soil particles. This whole process really needs to be renewed in the soil. And when we place the chunks of soil in the water during the slate test, you see in a minute, the water is drawn into the soil and it goes into the soil pores and it really displaces the air. In the large pores within the soil, if they're stable, the water will move through them without the soil aggregates breaking apart and dissolving. So that's what the slate test is. When we're talking about the biological processes, and so we're talking about earthworm activity, root growth, composition of organic matter, networks of root associated with fungal and sticky ooze, and that's not a scientific explanation for what the fungi and bacteria produce, but I couldn't pronounce the word that the scientists use for that process. So it's ooze basically, and all of this contributes to soil aggregate, and the stability of the pores are called macropores. Stable macropores really allow water to infiltrate the soil. It reduces erosion and water runoff, and soil crusting. So let's do the next slide. Okay. Okay, this is the team here. We just introduced ourselves. We're not on camera, but you can see us here. And we're just putting together a game plan. Okay. Here, we're starting at a farm in the South District in Cowlick community. We'll call this the Cowlick Farm. It's a 50-acre farm. It's a level basin farm. It's irrigated by alfalfa valves, and they've got a well, and I think they can put out about a couple of CFS. One CFS is about 450 gallons, so maybe about 900 gallons they have to work with to irrigate this area here. So look, next slide. So we're going to start, this is just a slide of me collecting soil samples filled, and we collected the soil samples here at the Cowlick Farm. And next slide. And then our second area where we're getting the sample is a native plant plot that we have at the livestock complex. And this plot, we basically have native range grasses, native range bunch grasses that are perennial, and when we do range seeding, we like to bring the ranchers over and just show them what the plants they are growing look like. And also, we use this plot for a lot of conservation education from the Sonoran Water Conservation District on their kind of conservation education campaigns they do out through the year. So this is where we collected this soil. This soil is not tilled. It's got live roots in it year round. It's got a lot of litter or plant cover on the surface. So this is what we're gonna test along with the Cowlick Farm. Now the Cowlick Farm really is kind of a traditional farm. It does all of the traditional tillage that goes on. So they do double disking, they rip double disc, they everything from putting in the seeds to harvest. It probably numbers into 27 trips across the field with equipment. So that's what we're going to run the soil from with the Cowlick Farm. All right, next slide. Okay, so here's the test. We're dropping in the two. The one on the left is the Cowlick Farm. The one on the right is the native plant plot here. So you can take a look at that for a second.
And the containers that they're in, you've noticed, they're just regular glass jars that people use for their sunshade. And the net that the soil is held in, Gilbert made those. So this is a very there's the equipment people can buy to run a professional slate test, but this is pretty much what we needed, the information we needed, and we made the test ourselves.
Now, the soil on the left from the college farm, we do have an active plan with the farm there, and they are actually going to re-level some of the fields there and touch them up, and then they're going to go into a cover crop system. So yeah, as you know, as you can tell, they're going to need one. And so we're planning that with them. It's an active contract, and on the right, as you can see, all of the soil macro pores, they're open, they're full of water. The soil isn't moving, and there's enough. Hopefully, the soil will be super saturated. The water will run off, and that water, if it does run off, it'll be clear and not carrying any of the soil nutrients. And so all of that stuff is still available for the plant and the plant roots in this test. We're going to run it. We ran it for 5 minutes, but we run it.
But you can see the difference in what's being dropped down into the water, and then what pretty much the soil sample on the right is being held together. So you would say the soil on the right, is healthier, and is held more together than the soil on the left. So if there was to be an extreme weather event like a thunderstorm, the soil on the right would have be protected. It's protecting itself by the processes that it has to hold itself together compared to the soil sample on the left.
Okay, we ran this for 5 minutes, and a good 40% of the soil left on the college farm, and it's basically the same what you're looking at on the right hand side. It's what ended up after 5 minutes. Okay, next slide. Okay, just closing with that test. Tillage, has a major impact on soil quality. Just physical disruption of the soil, causing decomposition of organic matter. Over time, it just kind of continues. The activity will the soil aggregates will never ever be stable, and so you continue to having problems with irrigating, getting nutrients in the ground, and just producing a good yield. Now it's always this test. They can kind of monitor their progression if they start and continue with cover cropping and leaving live roots in the soil, using more diverse plants like a cover crop that may have 4 or 5 different varieties of plants in that cover crop, or just maybe going through a wheat, maybe going through a grain, a winter grain, a summer like sorghum cover, and then going back to the cash crop. So it's just this test is just a good way of evaluating your soil structure integrity. Okay, next. And then this is just a slide that I threw in there. We were evaluating the same thing over on one of the nation's farms, and they've got a linear move that just takes the water right out of the ditch and applies it to the field. And you can see, next slide, what happens after they did the initial irrigation. You can see the soil structure. It's got a weak soil structure in it. So this is kind of what you see on the farm when you have this problem with having not really good healthy soils. Next slide. Okay, next, our next test. Austin's gonna present this one.
Yeah. Okay, so some of the soil quality resource concerns that we look at is the compaction of the soil. So this actually affects root growth, which doesn't allow plants to absorb all the water and nutrients that they need. And so compaction is actually when soil particles are pressed together, which reduces the pore space between all of them. And then, so this will increase the weight of the solid per unit volume, which is also known as bulk density. And this occurs in response to pressure, so such as the field machines. And then here's a slide of one of our augers that we're using. And then, so this image right here actually shows what we would want to see in a soil, which is having open space between the particles. And then a compacted soil is when it's pressed together. And then so that actually decreases the infiltration of water. And then so it makes the soil more susceptible to water erosion, just as that slate test was showing, just the rapid response to intensity, which kind of depicts our monsoon rains that we have here in the Southwest. Next slide, please. And then so these pictures and then the video that we're going to show is just some of the ways that we test it is using a petrometer, which is the measurement of pounds per square inch of the soil. So how easy it is to infiltrate the soil. So this gives us a good idea of really how solid the soils are and how compacted they are, which gives us a better idea of the available nutrients that will be able to be absorbed and how much water will actually infiltrate. And so in these farms that we're testing, we're seeing a pretty compacted soil just because of the tilling and everything that occurs. So through the NRCS, we consider a resource concern is if you can't go within 6 inches of it without reaching a PSI level of 250. And then so here is actually the image of how we read the soils. So there's two little graphs here. The bottom one is what we were using because we were using a smaller tip for the petrometer, which makes it easier to go into harder soils, which we have here in Arizona. And I think there is a delay in either my internet or the internet in sales. And then, so what we saw was actually at the farms that we were testing, they were more compacted than the soils that we have here in the garden. And then, so it was easier to go within the soil. So I think we measured at the farms, it went in only 3 inches. And then here at the garden, it was going within 10 inches, 8 inches, which just shows that there's roots that are being able to grow in between all the pore spaces.
Oh. Austin, it's the video of when you're putting the equipment in at the garden now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, just looking at the area, you can see that it's a healthier soil base just because of the amount of plants that are growing. So here it was a lot easier to go within the soil and it didn't reach very high PSI compared to the other soils. And so one of the things is that causes the soil compaction is actually the tilling and everything, the pressure that goes on. And soils are actually more susceptible to being compacted when they're wet. So kind of like that picture that Gilbert was showing, was that they were running over the fields while they were wet. So that ended up affecting the soil structure. And then this also, in terms of the nutrition, because of the lack of water that's able to saturate, this leads to less oxygen, which actually will which will affect the nitrogen cycle. And then as you see here, just
Okay,
it
thanks,
creates,
Austin.
okay, sorry, there's a delay.
That's okay, I we got mixed up too. Okay. And then, so I'll go over the soil temperature test we did. And this was done with a thermometer that comes in our soil testing kit. And we did this because soil temperature does influence soil moisture, the aeration and availability of plant nutrients. And so again, we compared the two different soils, one at a Cowlick farm and then the other at our testing garden, which has pretty much perennial native grasses. And so I'll show you those test results. And also about comparing the difference between the two farms. So like we said, the Cowlick farm has more conventional methods, alfalfa, valves for watering, tilling at the beginning of the season, end of the season, and our garden, which is pretty much used for grasses, because like Gilbert said, we use them to plant native grasses to help our ranchers identify the grasses needed in their fields. And so there's a difference in litter, which is a plant residue that's left on the ground. So at the Cowlick farm, there was less residue, and our garden at the livestock complex, there is more residue because it's pretty much year round with the perennial grasses. And the soil temperature also matters because, again, like we were talking about global warming before, the soils are usually cooler, and when there's less litter on the surface and it's disturbed by tilling, more heat is released, or at least the temperature, yeah, it's not cool as cool as it could be. So this first test was at the Cowlick farm. So the temperature, just the temperature of the day was 76 Fahrenheit, and it and then also at the Cowlick farm, the soil was compacted, so it was a little hard to have the thermometer in. But once I got it in, we saw that it was decreasing in temperature. And so we started about 76 degrees or so, and we went down to as far as I think 63 or 62 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was on a conventional farm that does practice tillage. Yes, so we went down to about 62 degrees Fahrenheit. And so at the garden we went to, that we have the temperature outside, it did get warmer. It was about maybe almost close to noon. We started at 87 degrees Fahrenheit. And for the garden, we also, the thermometer was a lot easier to stick in. So it went in a little deeper. And you'll see on the test on the thermometer that we actually got to 10 degrees cooler in the garden soil than it was in the farm soil. So at the farm soil, the temperature was about 62 degrees. And then in the garden, which does not practice tillage, and it's pretty much left undisturbed. It has, within the last year, this garden was mainly been only watered by rainfall. and this temperature, yeah, so about 50 degrees, 50, almost 50 degrees.
Yes.
Oh, so as you can see, the not practicing tillage has actually helped this soil stay cooler. And this, the garden area also has more plant residue left on the surface. So soil temperature has been important to influence soil moisture, aeration, as I said, and availability of plant nutrients. And that also has to do again with connected with soil compaction and soil health, that there is enough air moving through the soil, provided by microbes, and also water and natural processes. And also the soil really does represent a major storage for heat, and that also contributes to global climate change and global warming. And so it's all connected. And these are just some of the tests that we wanted to show that, and actually show the benefit of no tilling and using cover crop. The whole point of cover crop is to make sure there is plants on the surface at all times, because again, that contributes to having plant residue later and keeping the temperatures cooler and keeping the soil healthy.
Okay, before I recap both of the practices, we'd like to thank Paige Hannon. She's the Soil and Water Conservation District Office Manager, and she was the one who videotaped the test. So thanks, Paige. Okay, let's recap. Again, the benefits of no-till really outnumber the tillage based systems. Again, the improved soil structure, soil cover, soil stability, its ability to absorb and infiltrate water, and basically it doesn't allow the soil to be filled. It's there. If there is a runoff on some of the graded systems, that runoff will not be carrying any herbicides, pesticides, and soil. So that's kind of one of the advantages of no-till. Next slide. Okay, cover crops. Again, the cover crop is any crop grown to cover the soil, and this will be incorporated either naturally or incorporated again just to enrich the rich soil. There's multiple benefits to cover crops. Again, there's weed suppression, there's soil erosion, again, reducing soil compaction, increasing moisture and nutrient content, and for the farming, their bottom line is yield production, yield potential. So they can get a better crop and be able to pay for the water and all the labor going into the crop. Also, it attracts pollinators and produces habitat for beneficial insects during the growing season. So I think we got a slide just looking at a covered crop. This is one of our nation's farms, and just coming off a cotton harvest, and so they're putting in I think they're putting in small grain there. Okay, okay, next slide. Real briefly, I wanted to do a quick aerial tour of the nation's farms. This is the Vibebo Farms. It's in the Fifth Oida district. It's about 2,800 acres. It's a level basin farm. It's irrigated by well water, which is really cool, I think, because this farm actually uses they irrigate with about 15 cubic feet per second on their fields are set up to irrigate with 15 CFS. They're about, so most of the fields about 18 acres. It takes, that amount of, it takes about 2 hours to put on 4 inches of water on these fields. So it's a real high intensity system with a lot of water moving around all over the place. But that's all from the well water from the aquifer. Next slide. This is one of the newer farms, the newest farms, I think. It's in the Shucktowuk district. It's called the Shucktowuk Farm. And they're a level basin high flow turnout system on there. And this water is from the Central Arizona Project water. And again, they throw on 30 to 15 CFS. They can run it down their ditches and irrigate with that much water. Next. This is the San Lucy Farms. It's actually tribal trust land that's not actually on the nation, but it's part of the San Lucy district. It's a level basin, again, flood farm, and it's using the Central Arizona Project water. It's located about 6 miles south of Arizona City, kind of just right near the eastern boundary of the Florida district, I think. Okay, next. So again, as I mentioned, these farms are flood irrigated. They're moving. They're able to irrigate with about 15 cubic feet per second water. One cubic feet is about 400 gallons. And so imagine that times 15, how much water you're putting on. The irrigators really need to be well versed in their what they're irrigating, how much water they're using, the intake rate of their soils, and just their consumptive use of their crop when it's using the most water. And really, they got to shut this water before it even gets off the end of the field. So there's some real skilled irrigators irrigating these crops on our nation's farms. Next slide. Here's a farm there in Cowlick. I think CSA mentioned the Hunter Farms. Yeah. So this is something that the program has done a lot of work with in the past through the Farm Bill program. So we were able to put in the irrigation reservoirs in front of the water coming into the farm. Again, this is flood water. It's on a huge watershed. It's that same watershed that runs through the bridge there just before the high school there at Tapawa. It's got a huge watershed. We see this watershed all over. We work with this watershed here. We also in Cinnamon District, we're struggling with this watershed on rangeland and putting water up there. This is a real high flow area. These ponds, they hold about 1 million gallons, which is just a little under 4 acre feet of water. So when it rains, the ponds fill up, and once the ponds fill, they spill, and we've designed the spillways right over the crops, and it goes into dirt ditches. But along with the pond, we designed the roads that actually go in there, and the fencing along the farms all came from a Farm Bill program. Next slide, we can show irrigation in progress here. It just we were here after the rains, and the ponds are filled. Once the ponds fill up and their sediment basin fills up, the water is released to protect the farm from protect the pond from overflowing. And so this is the middle pond here, and we're just the water is just coming around the spillway there, going into the field and going into the dirt ditch. But you can just take a look at this, and you can see it coming down. And actually, the water actually irrigates everything in this block and actually goes out to the College Road and runs down it did it so you can see how much water flows through these areas in the rainstorm. I think the crop here is actually tetra beans in here. And this farm is probably about 50 acres also. Again, as mentioned, it was laid out on as it was part of a regional farm maybe 30 years ago. It was being irrigated the exact same way. Once the rain is gone and the crop needs a second irrigation, if it doesn't rain again, they just they pump water out of these reservoirs and pump it to the crop and take it to the crop. They do this with pipelines, or they can just put a pipeline into an earth ditch, and that'll take it to the crop, to the field. And this is a unique type of farming, as mentioned. There's a lot of they don't do no weeding or run any type of equipment through here. Basically, the weeds actually cover the crop, protect the crop from, and this weed's actually the amaranth that it protects the crop from mammals, small mammals, and it's also good habitat for beneficials. So and they've never actually weeded crops. Everything out there is shared with the insects and the birds and the crop. Okay, so question that ends our ends our presentation. We appreciate your attention. So if you have any questions, we'll be all three of us we can answer them.
Thank you for that, NRCS. I have a quick question. So I recently learned about flushing soil. Is that something that is necessary on the nation with our farmers? Do you guys talk about considering that we have high salt content? Do we need to start flushing soils?
Okay. Yes. Actually, there are some of our soils with high alkaline in it. And also the water quality, sometimes when it mixes with this high alkaline and the quality of the water, it kind of tends to seal the soil surface. So there has to be some type of pre-irrigation, they call it. And in most cases, I think at Vivable, one of the farms there, it's in a soil that has it's got a high lime content in it. So that lime has to be flushed down. And they usually put on a 6-inch application, a pre-irrigation 6-inch application. And then, sometimes they would just actually do an acid treatment on the top of the furrow, which will open up the soil when they irrigate it in lieu of 6-inch irrigation. So they use both of those methods. So it really depends on the soil structure and type, and also the water quality that you're putting on it. So in a combination of those, Papago Farms was another one that had that they had to do a lot of acid treatment and also pre-irrigation. I think they did both but yeah, it's a necessary just based on the soil, the content of the soil and the water quality. That sometimes is necessary.
Thank you for that. I do have another question, but I'll wait and see if anybody else has questions. Okay, if not, my next question is, does NRCS assist with like soil testing for home gardens, or is it mainly just for the larger fields?
You know, the nation has a published soil survey of the entire nation. So we, before we do any type of conservation planning, that's the first thing that we consider in the planning process is the soils there. You know, we will be happy to work with any type of gardeners that are interested in their soil type. We basically we need to go down and auger down at least to the root zone if you can, and just we have that soil survey really needs to be ground checked. The soil survey is really based on large scale planning. So there's a lot of inclusions. There are a lot of the soils are complexes of 3 different types of soil. So it's really for large scale planning, but so we really need to go in there and go down into the soil and ground test, just ground truth that soil survey. So and we can do that with the gardeners, and then we can. There's also a method of when you irrigate, because we get a lot of questions on when to irrigate, and we can actually teach the grower, you know, how to determine when their soil profile is used 50% of the water in it by just texturing the soil and how it feels and how it you can even ribbon and just see how it feels. And so we're happy to work with any grower on just simple methods of checking the soil. And you know, we do have an acid bottle. We could, you know, we use it a lot, especially in the limey fans and limey uplands on the rangeland, but also with the crops, we use it where they're growing. And one of the reasons we're doing a lot of working with a lot of the smaller growers, because we do have a practice called high tunnels, and anything with our irrigation practices, farming, is that the Farm Bill can't read some of our Farm Bill programs don't work on can't produce new farms. So you have to have some type of irrigation history before we can work with you on some of our Farm Bill programs. So by working with on the small scale gardeners, we can provide, they can get that irrigation history and just kind of document it. And so if they want to go to a system where they can extend the growing season with these high tunnels, you know, they'll be eligible for it. Yes, the answer is yes, we can try to identify the soils they're growing. We will use the soil survey, but we'll also ground truth it.
And also another addition to that is we can provide technical assistance. So our producers, we work with farmers and ranchers, but we also have had some people come to us for technical assistance who weren't specifically looking to do only a farm or only a ranch, but wanted to do like a community-based area that included like octane farming. In our documents, it's listed as dryland farming, and wanted to just reintroduce their youth to those methods, that lifestyle. But the farming part, the gardening part, was not the main focus of their of what they wanted to do. So we would just help with their small scale farming area. And so we not all of the people who come to us for assistance end up applying for one of our farm bill programs, but that's always a possibility.
Okay, interesting to
And
know.
also the high tunnels are also known as hoopatnas.
Thank you for that. All right, so I believe we have
Sorry,
another.
I have one more question. I just want to know if you guys were still assisting with like grant money, I guess. I know I had spoke to you guys before, and you guys were talking about like helping out with providing funding for like fencing and stuff like that. Are you guys still helping out with that if somebody was to be looking for assistance in any way? When it came to
Yes,
that stuff?
one of our one of our Farm Bill programs is called the Environmental Quality Incentive Program. And what this program does, and the majority of the Farm Bill programs do, is that they address resource concerns on the land or problems on the land, and ranching and farming, wildlife. Those are all the eligible lands under these programs. Once take for instance on a range plan, once we sit down with the producer and we talk about their goals and we talk about our programs, and basically we will put and they're requesting a conservation plan for their range or farm. We would sit down with them and actually do an assessment of their area. We do a benchmark assessment. We document what's there already, and then we give them a list of the resource concerns. And then once we give them the list of those resource concerns, we give them a list of practices that address those resource concerns. So we basically give him alternatives of how he wants to treat those resource concerns. He'll sit down with that information and then he will decide on how he wants to address those resource concerns. And with that, we put that in a schedule, and then it's actually ranked for other crop or range plans. And basically the ranking looks at how many resource concerns or the most resource concerns you address in a plan, and those get the highest ranking, then the funding will go down the list into it's used up. So yes, if a resource concern is plant health or just forage productivity, fencing and resting, periodically resting those plant communities is done. Fencing would come in as an alternative to address that resource concern. Then we would, and the farmer picks that, then we would fund that practice in the contract. Yeah, and all the different supporting practice for the lack of forage on rangeland. All the supporting practices we will fund for under that contract. And then, it's called the Environmental Quality Incentive Program. And then the incentive portion of this program, it really looks at the management. So it'll actually pay a rancher for doing the prescribed grazing or deferring a pasture or resting it during the growing season of that. And by resting it, you actually get the perennial grasses and the annuals, but it's mainly the perennial grasses to seed out and then multiply. And in open graze, year-round grazing system that we mainly have here in the nation, as soon as that plant comes up, it's eaten and it doesn't seed out, get the chance to seed out. The root system finally, if they continue grazing those areas, the root system dies and then something else comes in and replaces that. And it's usually woody, the trees, or the brush that, or even the cactus that comes in and then replaces that stuff. So, we would sit down and go over all of those alternatives with the producer, and then he will definitely pick what he can do or what he likes to, what he wants to do with his plan. Kind of a long answer, but yes, we can fund the practices that address resource concerns on the plan.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Okay, we should be receiving another survey popping up, so take time to fill those out, and then you can take it from here once people fill out the survey questions.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your guys' knowledge there and the work you guys are doing with all these different fields and areas. Just giving all you guys a heads up that it has to be on the panel, farm apprentices, interns, if you guys are on here, go ahead and get ready. Jesse, we're gonna go ahead and wait for the survey to go through, and then we'll go ahead and start. Okay, well, just to keep things moving on, I'm gonna go ahead and start our next panel, or start our panel right now. So they have you guys jump on. So I'll be conducting our youth panel for this session, which I titled Autumn in Agriculture. I'm just gonna be going through and asking our farmer apprentices, our youth interns, and I'd asked my cousin Jesse Pablo to join us, who's actually going to the U of A right now for ag science, getting his bachelor's degree. And, you know, I figured he'd have some good input too on some of these topics that we've been talking about. So, I don't know how we do this. I want you guys all want to put your mic on, and also if you guys can put on your cameras as well, just so we can see who's talking. I know your apprentices are all sharing, so if you guys can all bunch up or something. So once everybody starts coming in. Hey, Derek, I'm finally seeing your work here. It's looking pretty good, man. Good stuff. Don't forget, everyone, we got Derek Gonzalez over here. He's been illustrating our whole youth forum this whole time. I don't know if you want to go in and maybe showcase some of what you got working on.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for sharing, and it's been pretty cool to just be this facilitator in order to capture a little bit of everybody's presentations and like that. I wish I could capture all of it because it's so educational and impactful, but usually I just try to tend to capture most of bigger words or just different words that stick out to me in general, and then it kind of helped you guys interact with the piece as well, with like, oh, they said this and this is what happened and this is what was said, and I also capture that with illustrations. So that's what I've been doing lately, just doing some keywords, a little bit of the land, and like that, just pulling from everybody that presented. And once it's finished, you guys will get to keep this in order to have this for your records. And it's just like that. I just really appreciate it because I'm able to be a part of this growth of a thriving future, you know, and be a part of your guys' project in general and document it for you guys. And yeah, once I'm finished, I will be able to send it to your guys' office and you guys get to keep it over there. So awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing work, man. We'll definitely put that up in the office there. Really appreciate it. And you know, I myself as an artist, you know, when I found out you were doing this, I was just like, whoa, like, you know, how do I do something like that, or how do I get to, you know, jump on a meeting or whatever? I mean, because something, you know, I tend to do too when I'm listening to meetings and all that. I just tend to doodle and kind of add little things here and there as I'm listening. And you know, when I heard you're doing this and kind of seen it now, it's really amazing.
Yeah,
and keep it up, man. Keep it up. It's really good work and something different. I heard that, you know, illustrating people's panels and stuff like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And anybody, it's up for anybody, you know, if anybody has that skill set in order to multitask this many and these many stages, you know, listening, hearing, coming up with illustrations, writing it down. And that's how I did note taking too in high school. I just always sketched little things and wrote things down. And yeah, it's like I said, it's just a pleasure to be here and work with you guys and document this for you guys and just be a part of this whole thing in general, hearing your guys' knowledge. Cool.
Thank you, man. Again, we appreciate it. Everybody, you know, don't forget that he's on there. He's got his camera on and he's been working on it this whole time. So, you know, check in every now and then. All right, guys. Jesse, I see you got your camera on. Isaiah, can you turn your camera on, or are you just on your phone? Apprentices.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. We're kind of turn them on.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna get ready and jump on right now, just so that, you know, our viewers can see who's talking, and they see you out in public or whatever, you know, they can talk to you, ask you questions. Everybody always has questions, especially when it comes to growing.
Can you see these guys?
Yeah, I can see you guys.
Okay. Yeah, we're kind of sitting outside.
Awesome. Out there in the garden, I see.
Yeah.
Where y'all always should be. Nah.
Yeah.
All right. Richard, are you able to jump on with us? Isaiah, cameras, then we're gonna go ahead and move along. If not, then, you know, just let you know when you guys do come on and talk, you know, you guys can do that. So, you know, for our viewers. All right, there you are. Adrian, I didn't see Adrian's name in here. I don't know if he's on or not. But if you are, can you jump on with us? So just giving you guys a little intro into what we're going to be talking about. So, you know, climate smart's been the main topic of every presenter that we had going on here. So this one right here is more so talking to some of the workers that we have here at the CSA. I forgot to mention, you know, earlier, Jesse Garcia, he is our supervisor for the farmer apprentices, and that's all of them right there. He's a pretty good mentor. He's been going through, started helping train them. And, you know, he's another big part of the CSA when we go out and we present. So, yeah, with our questions, it's just more so talking about climate change, some of the work we do here on the reservation. Due to time, I know everybody's got a little something to say, but try to keep the answers down to maybe a minute or so, 2 minutes, just so that we can go through and kind of hear words from everybody. So, question one, I'll just go ahead and go down the line and have you guys introduce yourselves. So, I'll start with Jesse. You can go ahead and start it off. So, name, your age, where you're from, and your occupation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. It's a little echoing here. I'm sorry. I'm at my club, but
you sound good.
I guess Banjigi Jesse Pablo Jachukukudo Outset. Good morning. My name is Jesse Pablo. I come from Miguel Village in the district of Chukuku. My occupation, that's a long story. Currently, I work as an apprentice on Rattlebox Farms, and then I am a greenhouse technician at the CEAC, the Controlled Environmental Ag Center at the U of A. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Can you let us know your degree or your studies that you're going to the University of Arizona for?
Yeah, so I've been attending the U of A. I am currently in my senior year. Probably I'm going to graduate next year, and I am doing ag tech management in education, specifically emphasis, and with a minor in plant science.
Awesome. Thank you. Isaiah, go ahead. I can see your mic went off, but we can't hear you, or I can't hear you. Okay, well, I'll let you go ahead and sort that out right now. We still can't hear you, but we'll go ahead and move on. Richard?
Hello, I am Richard Mancha, and I am from District Adijuk. And my occupation, I'm 17, and my occupation is nothing at the moment, but I'm currently on the ride for agricultural learning and so on.
Hey, we just hired you, man. You're our youth intern right now, so that would be your occupation, youth intern with the Ajo CSA.
Yes.
Yeah, happy to have you on, man. I know you just barely started. Can't wait to show you some stuff. It's gonna be nice. Jesse, you can go ahead with your crew.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm Jesse Garcia. I'm the farm supervisor. Basically, I have 3 interns working with me, apprentice, I'm sorry, working with me, and basically I take care of the gardens here in Sal's, and they're out in Ajo. I provide schedules for the crew that I have, help cooperate with the events that we do, and kind of do some of the outreach. I kind of help do some of the NRCS practices here in the garden, also in Ajo. And that's pretty much it. I've been doing this for roughly over 11 years, maybe, I want to say. Could be less, but I don't know. But that's where I'm about at with this. I have my crew here. I'll let them introduce themselves. So give me a minute. Let me switch.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi everybody. My name is Gilbert Villegas Jr. I'm 39 years old. I'm from Kawa community. My occupation is a Ajo CSA farm apprentice, also a Kawa Community Council, and that'll be my occupation, and just glad to be here with y'all.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Travis Salazar. I'm coming from the South District, community of Coward. I'm 36 years old, and I'm a farmer apprentice.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carlos Mendoza. I'm from Coward. I'm all CSA apprentice, and yeah, just Looking forward to working with you guys.
Awesome. And then, yeah, go ahead, Isaiah.
Hi, I'm Isaiah. I'm from Ajo. I am currently an apprentice for Ajo CSA. And yeah. Oh, I'm 18.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to our first question. I'll go ahead and go down the line again. So let's see. Jesse, I'll go ahead and start with your crew. How long have you been involved with agriculture?
I've been involved with agriculture since 2008, and it's been off and on. And I can always just say that every time I've joined, it's been an experience.
I've been in agriculture for quite some time now. I'd say about altogether, I'd say 6, 7 years, give or take.
Me, it's only been a good year since 2022. Yeah.
All right. Isaiah, go ahead.
Hi, I first got into agriculture at a garden club at our school for elementary. And eventually I started working for OCSA in 2019. So about 4 years I've been involved off and on.
Okay. Richard?
Agriculture been involved for, I'd say, a couple of months now. And
right.
Gotta start somewhere.
Okay. Jesse, go ahead. Garcia, do you want to say something?
No.
How long have you been involved? I mean, I know the questions are more so for the apprentices, but go ahead.
Yeah. Roughly maybe most of my child life. Farming has always been in my, family. They had their own gardens, and me being growing up as a kid, I never really understood, I guess, the perfect purpose of growing your own foods. And being that I'm a little older, I'm 36 by the way, and it's kind of helped me develop a better understanding of what agriculture is to us as in the people, and how we have been surviving on these foods for so many years. And and it's not just the ones that we grow, we also have a lot of wild foods that people don't know of, and that's something that everybody should know of, being where we're located at. There's medicines, different types of wild foods, wild game, stuff that can be beneficial to us without having to go to the market or going anywhere to get some of these resources. But it's been a rough year. It's with the pandemic, on the climate, and then everything else just happening with money wise and politics and whatnot. And yeah, it's been an exciting journey for me. I have my home garden at home. It's been a very productive business. I can show you a picture real quick or a glimpse. I know it's kind of far. You see lemon tree back there. Kind of building and renovating my own little space here and there. So it's getting bigger every day. So I'm hoping by sometime the end of this year, I can have a bigger and better production on my farm.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. It's always looking good. It's always a treat when I get to stop by and check it out.
Yeah.
All right. Just Pablo, go ahead. How long have you been involved with agriculture?
I actually I was doing the math yesterday, and it came out to like 15 plus years. I have 15 years of experience in traditional growing, as well as farm growing, and then gardens, and then about, I guess like 10 years of that, and then 5 years of greenhouse growing. So it's been a journey. And then I guess we're all sharing our ages. So I guess I'm 30, so been since I was a teenager. So yeah. It's been a good journey, and same here. I love seeing Jesse. It's funny, I hear Jesse Garcia, and I was like, that's big Jesse. Yeah, I'm medium Jesse.
Yeah.
There's a mix up between us two, so we go by little and big.
Yeah, and Jesse Pablo is actually my cousin, and I've been fortunate enough to go through and experience a lot of this agricultural journey with him. He's been doing it. We've been doing it since we were teenagers, and you know, he's been doing it for a long time, and he's been involved with the traditional crops and all that, you know, before I really knew about them. And, you know, I learned a lot from him and kind of pushed me to go through and learn more and get involved. So, you know, it's awesome to see where he's at now in the U of A and all that. But I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. What comes to mind when you hear the phrase climate smart? And Jesse Garcia, go ahead and start with your crew again.
Smart with me is just more or less of accepting change and not forgetting our old ways, but accepting change so that way we can move on for future generations to come and pass it on. Understand seasons as they come.
Climate smart is basically the same. Same as I said before. The climate changes and like how the season changes, and I guess how to adapt to grow our plants. That's you know, the climate changes throughout the year. And yeah, pretty much it.
Pretty much what they're saying. Just learning to adapt to the new environment, and climate change and all that.
Okay, thank you guys. Isaiah, go ahead.
Hi. Climate smart, I think is or to me is knowing about climate change and adapting, figuring out ways to deal with it.
Thank you. Richard?
Like said before, being aware of climate change and what it does to crops and how to know how to get around these things, what you can for the most part.
All right, thank you. And Jesse Pablo?
Well, thinking about climate smart, I like how everybody is really influencing on knowing about it, but I also think it has to do with understanding how you affect climate change as a person on a personal level. I mean, we all live in the same world, and understanding what affects, like say, our greenhouse gases, you know, using your car versus walking, planting a field, you know, we have to understand, like, are we using fertilizer? Are we using organic? You know, where does this come from? What is organic? What is inorganic? And really understanding our effects, even with water. I mean, are you taking half an hour to shower, 15-minute shower? Are you in and out? Or, you know, something, or are you leaving the water on? Are you flooding your plants? Are you drip irrigating? I think having this understanding what effects that you personally have, you know, in Toku days and when we all used to work there, we always thought, you know, think locally and then it'll happen globally. And I still believe fully in that, where it's like, you know, we do have to think about what our effects are doing. And hopefully that'll kind of grow into somebody else, especially in your own household. You'll start thinking about that, you know, maybe I won't leave all the lights on. Maybe, oh, you know, work is, you know, a 5-10 minute walk. I'm just going to walk instead of drive, you know, or maybe I'll ride a bike, you know, having those understandings of how you can really affect climate change in your own personal lives. I think that's what climate smart really kind of has meaning to me. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you for the answers, guys. And yeah, with touching on that, I mean, I know this whole climate smart phrase, you know, we want to go out and you think you got to go out and change the world, but for sure, you know, it definitely does start right there back at your household. And, you know, you just got to start applying those to yourself. And, you know, with that, then people start seeing it. And then people, you know, then they themselves want to change themselves, you know, the way that they do things. And, you know, I feel like being an example is really a big part of it. Okay, so going back again to the questions, the next one would be, would you consider Autumn climate smart? And Jesse Garcia, we'll go ahead and start with your crew again.
But Autumn climate smart, I think it's just
yeah,
me,
would you consider Autumn climate smart?
more or less of just adapting, I would believe. I mean, really focusing on adapting, because being a farmer, there's a lot of struggles, and instead of being in the struggle, it's just more or less of just adapting and conquering and repeating. And it's just a lot more tests that just need to be done. And I think Autumn Climate Smart is I would say a way of doing it. Like I said before, our ancestors have done it before us, and I feel that we can find methods in our own modern age and figure out how we can make Autumn climate smart, more climate smart.
Okay.
What was the question?
Would you consider Autumn climate smart?
Yeah, I would consider it being be beneficial not only for ourselves but for our people. Yo, yeah, I do consider it smart. Yeah, just like exactly the way you said it. Yeah, it benefits us.
All right, thank you. Isaiah?
I think Autumn is climate smart. Like the traditions growing up, or not growing up, but like coming up, they didn't really have anything to pollute the world until man created the machines and all that. So I like to think they're climate smart.
Thank you. Richard?
Yes, of course. I think Autumn is climate smart. Like I said before, growing up with traditions, it's like, non-West. It's like not part of the West. It's more helping our very small community. Well, huge community, but in a small land, it benefits us. And it's worked well for, again, generations and generations.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been fortunate enough to work with your brother and your sister. And, seeing the stuff that they do, it's pretty awesome. And the community you guys come from, it's really big. I know how important it is to you guys to learn this stuff. Jesse Pablo?
I really hate to be the latter. Traditionally, yes, I do believe Autumn people were climate smart. There was a way of life, the Hemoduck, and there was a purpose to everything, and we recycled and used and found ways to use everything in the way that it's meant to be used. But when we look back to nowadays, I personally don't feel that we are. We look at so many, everybody talked about, there was mention of the adaptability of all the people, and I really respect that, but I don't think we're adapting as much as we should have, with the abilities of technology. And I'm not saying that we need to totally abandon or change our Hemoduck, our way of life. I think we just need to add a little bit more versus what's solar? We have solar, we have the abundance of sun in houses and areas, and why aren't we doing that? What are we doing to, with our waters? Are we recycling? Are we flooding? How do we manage these things? And I think they are done to a certain extent, but I think there always could be more. And then just as people, you start looking at some of our yards and some of our areas, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong or anybody's not doing anything their part, but I'm just, pointing out that there are, small things that we can start doing, and, just like recycling. I personally, I struggle with this. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not saying anything, this and that, but I do, because I live in Tucson, I do use water bottles, and I hate throwing those water bottles out because I don't have access to recycling. But understanding what you could do, back to that question before of understanding what you can do to adapt and, really start trying to make some kind of change or some kind of stance against climate change. But also understanding that we need to start looking deeper into these things. And this is where we're going to need scientists, we're going to need farmers, we're going to need activists, and we're going to need, political changing and people that run in politics, people to talk about this in their communities. And I think that's kind of the stepping stone that we need to start making that direction change towards. So that's my personal belief.
Yeah, thank you. And there's that college brain working at it right there, because like that's why I wanted to bring you on too. Is because like I know when we do discuss about things, like it's always here. It's always good to hear, from the other side. Because like I'm here doing stuff, the work that we do here on the reservation, but going to school and learning things, and especially what's going on a more political side of the agricultural world, and being able to understand that, and you know really yeah, like you said, more so coming together and trying to make these changes, because like, yeah, our people were very ag smart, I think, too. And thinking about it now, that has been a discussion, or the discussion that has been brought up, that we need to come through and really start convincing our higher ups here on the reservation that we have a problem, and it's not going away, and we have the solution for it too. But it's just something that they haven't capitalized on. And I feel that with not only growing our own food, that would provide jobs and build our own little economy here on the reservation. And we can build even more further off of that, everything else that comes with agriculture, restaurants, and stuff like that, and stores, making that stuff available, not only just here in cells, which a lot of things happen to be, but across the reservation. There's stuff on the west end that's finally starting to pop up, stuff on the north side, and even people that are right there closer to town, giving them a little bit more access to where they don't have to travel far to get these resources and get these foods. So yeah, thank you.
Definitely affordable access as well.
Exactly. All right, and next question. Do you think climate change has affected agriculture? Jesse, go ahead, and Jesse Garcia, go ahead and start with your guys' crew again.
Absolutely. Yes, I think it affected agriculture in many ways. Me personally, working this past year on the agriculture farm, I can see a lot of difference. And we got now hold back on a lot of planting certain things because we weren't too sure ponds we're gonna have enough water for the crop and all that. So yeah, yes, I can say that climate has affected agriculture.
Yeah, climate change does have an effect on agriculture.
Yeah, I know with the whole the weather and all that this year, I know you guys are relying on the rain strictly out there. A lot of us farmers struggle with no rainfall, but with that, I know you guys struggle the most, because that's what you guys all rely on out there in Cowlick. And hopefully next year is better. But us as farmers, that's one of the things that we tend to say a lot. Hopefully next year is better. Next year is a little bit better, but we go through, we progress, and again we adapt.
Yep.
Isaiah, go ahead. Do you think
What was the question?
do you think climate change has affected agriculture?
Yeah, I think so. The less rainfall and intense temperatures, it's just different every year, getting worse and worse.
Richard?
Yes, of course, it does affect agriculture. Yes, less rain and more green gases polluting will affect the crops and livestock animals, and it'll affect the way we take procedures to farm and such, do certain things and on our own,
Yeah, thank you. Jesse, go ahead.
I absolutely agree. Climate change is definitely affecting farming. It's affecting a lot of aspects of what we do. From a bigger perspective, it's affecting our calendar years. We had seasons. When you look at the autumn calendar, every season had a meaning to it. Like the moon, the yellow moon. Certain things that Palo Verdes would bloom, or certain things we're hunting, ready to hunt, or things like that. And you start looking at it now. Palo Verdes are, coming out later. The saguaro's coming out later, or earlier, and it changes. It really starts to mess with our cycles. where, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of, you know, some of the farmers that have been here for years are seeing this, where it's like, now we're having to pick and choose of like, okay, I want to pick Dutch, but you know, also the mesquite's out, or you know, or I need to get the fields ready, and Dutch is so early, and we're having to make these decisions just because climate change is shifting those cycles. And not only from an agriculture perspective, but we have to, as autumn, we have to think of the wild harvesting. We're starting to see a depletion of saguaros, you know, in the Phoenix areas. And then you start to think about, well, will that happen here? Will that start to move towards us with extreme heats? And then the cholla buds coming out. I know last year we were like a month and a half late where it came out. And so it was just, it's understanding how can we cope with this. You know, being in education, you start to understand from older people what they're doing and what they think, and I'm hearing people talk about this all the time, where they're like, well, we caused the problem, but maybe it's time for you guys to figure it out. It was really just passing on the torch, which is, it's a horrible way to look at it, but we got to understand us. I mean, even with, you know, younger people younger than us, you have to understand that this is what you're inheriting, and that we have to figure out how to cope with this, and how can we, you know, kind of be that stopping point where we're like, hey, this is a problem, we need to fix this. And we know there's not one solution to this issue. Then this is where we all need to come together and decide, like, hey, this is done. We can't have this happening anymore. Let's change this. And once again, you know, like I said, I'm a firm believer, think locally and then it'll go global. And I can't stop stressing that enough, to where it's like, you know, maybe we should, you know, switch to irrigation. Maybe we should switch to, you know, I know traditionally we do flood farming, but it's, you know, the Cowlick farm, I think that's like the most innovative farm ever. You have no running water, no electric. And I'm constantly telling people about this, that at the time I work there and the times that I get to go out there, it's still, you know, baffling of like how we can do this. But, you know, we start thinking about with climate change, how, you know, what are we going to do without the rains? And I think we need to go back and think about this, but also I think we need to go back to a spiritual connection of, you know, understanding that, you know, maybe this is happening because we're not praying, we're not hoping, we're not that part of our spirituality is not connected anymore. And I think, you know, just because I'm getting my education doesn't mean I don't believe in, you know, our traditions and our culture. And I think that's definitely a big part of it.
Yeah, thank you. That's some pretty good words there. I know us as Native Americans, you know, that's something that we pretty much have to adapt to, is learn how to survive in not only the past, but, you know, the future. We have to understand. Sorry about that. I'm outside. I'm a dog. But yeah, going through and understanding how both worlds work, I guess. You know, understanding the past, so you know who we are, but again, understanding the future, so who we can become. And I'm sorry about what.
Okay, so while Juke is figuring out his dog situation, we can go ahead and end the panel here. Thank you everyone for your participation. And it was great to hear all your responses. Thank you, Juke, for facilitating the panel. This was great. And we need to discuss more of these topics like this. No survey question now. We'll have a general one at the end of the forum. Our last.
Sorry about that.
You want to touch on something?
Yeah. Just coming back and again, just going back and stating like what I was talking about, you know, being Native and having to survive in both worlds, you know, is something that we definitely have to adapt to, and especially with trying to bring these traditional practices coming in, you know, not forgetting that we have technology and, you know, we have knowledge and, you know, people that have been studying this kind of work and how we can improve things. And we're going over time right now. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move it along. I really thank everybody that was a part of the panel. Jesse Pablo, Isaiah, Richard, all of our farmer apprentices. You know, thank you guys. Thank you for your words. You know, it's always great to hear, you know, everybody else's different perspective, and even more so for you guys to share, for people to, you know, get them thinking about these kind of changes, and especially with the effects, you know, it takes on your guys' work. I know it does take a lot. And again, us as farmers, you know, we always have to adapt and we always have to be ready for that next step. So thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your words.
Before we move on, we do have a question in the chat asking the panelists if they have any advice for other youth trying to get into agriculture, or why they should get involved with agriculture.
All right, yeah. Jesse Garcia, we'll go ahead and start with your crew if you guys want to answer that. All right, I guess we'll just leave it open to anybody if anybody wants to talk.
It's a powerful movement for the youth to get into agriculture, especially now with how tradition is kind of almost at a loose grip, and we need to get tighter on it. And if we aim at the youth right now for our traditions in growing and agriculture and our crop, everything like that, I mean, this can go on for generations and generations to come, and everybody benefits from it, from our elders to our newborns. Thank you.
Do you think about agriculture, you know, to inspire? You think it's important to inspire the young ones?
Yeah, I think agriculture is very important to inspire the young ones, especially, you know, me and my part, you know, I have been teaching a lot of my nephews, you know, at home, and also not only at home, but other places, you know, teaching other people how to whole types of different ways of farming, how to get started on their gardens and other things like that. Yeah, I think is my bad. I think is great idea that the younger generation gets involved with agriculture, especially because our ancestors have been doing it and like for so long, and like for it to just die, you know, like you can't let that happen. It'd be better for it to keep living on. And, also just because it's kind of free food. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, you know, like, noticing the prices are going up in the stores, and yeah, you can basically make your own food right there. You're free. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you, Arliss. And then Richard and Isaiah, I'm gonna go ahead and just move along. I know you guys are younger apprentices and interns coming in right now. So, you know, I really appreciate you guys coming on. And, you know, you guys are, you know, starting out because, you know, when I started, I was just about your guys' age, you know, just learning. Me and Jesse, well, like the most of us, you know, some of the other apprentices, you know, we all started together at Thon Autumn Community Action. And it was a job at first, but, you know, we became passionate about this stuff. And, you know, here we are. And part of my job, you know, is going into the schools and influencing these kids and teaching them about these foods and letting them taste them and see them and touch them and understand them. And Jesse, I'm gonna go ahead and let you answer that, and then we're gonna move on to Camillus.
Okay. So getting into agriculture, honestly, I can't put it any simpler. It starts with the seed. If you have a seed, and I mean, a lot of people on the res, they have these big open yards, you know, put it in the ground, see what comes up. I can't stress enough, like, to get that, I call it the itch, or like the, you know, that want to really work with the earth. And as soon as you plant that seed, and I'm telling you, as soon as you see those first I call them cotyledons, but those first leaves, they come out, you know, you're really excited about them and you're really stoked and you start to kind of catch that itch and you understand that, you know, I can do this. And then once you start doing it, I really think that's the simplest way to get involved. But if you want to get more involved into a higher level of it, you know, all these people that you see on these panels, I'm pretty sure they've asked questions and they've had questions about agriculture. And it's vice versa. We've had mentors before us that we went to and they were open arms and willing to answer any questions or help us or try to give us some kind of, you know, information. And I feel like, you know, because I know quite a few of them, knowing, you know, ask them questions. If you see them on the road, you see them in the building or in the classroom or wherever, or in the garden or fields, feel free to go up and ask them. Just say, hey, I was just curious about this. You know, we O'odham people were an oral tradition. We traditionally spoke everything we taught. And that still carries today. And I find that with people, all O'odham people. So definitely ask questions. You know, if you see somebody, stop me. If you see me, stop me. I don't mind talking. Ask these guys. I can talk for days.
Won't stop.
Yeah, won't stop. But yeah, I think that, you know, starts with the seed, and once it starts growing, just don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, again, thank you guys for all joining the panel. You know, this is a really big thing, you know, part of me, you know, my job going through and talking to the kids in the schools. I'm always happy to answer those questions. Kids and the youth, you know, they have nothing but questions, and you know, their brains are so small, and you know, helping them grow, and especially, you know, teaching them this knowledge is good. And I'm gonna leave the panel with a phrase that I heard one time from a cartoon that our seeds of the past lie buried in our seeds of the past, like what was it? Our seeds of the future lie buried in the past. So, you know, we have so much knowledge in the past, you know, we need to take that and start growing towards the future. So thank you panelists. And next up we have Camillus Lopez, who will be doing a storytelling with us. And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
First of all, how much time do I have?
Go ahead. You can go ahead and tell your story. We were given about 40 minutes roughly, but you know, we did go over a little over time there.
No, that's
And
fine.
yeah. But go ahead. Please don't try to rush it too much, because I'm excited for the story as well.
Okay. There's an old proverb that O'odham used to say. The question was, how, you know, what is O'odham? What does that mean to be O'odham? And the response is, living out there in the desert, the response is that we will plant our crops and pray for rain. And if the rain comes, then we'll eat again for another year. And if the rain doesn't come, then we'll take whatever's out there and make a life out of it. And that's always been O'odham. People that live along the river have had the river going, but sometimes the water goes down and they do something, you know, they do the prayers and all that, and the water comes back up. But the same thing with O'odham out here is that there's no how do you say, there's no assurance that there's going to be rain. So they planted their crops, and when they did the crop planting, there was a kind of a hope, a luck. Now the word is abamdarik, which means to have luck. That's why O'odham are great gamblers, because we do that in all of life. And this you know, putting your crops in there, your corn and your squash, and hoping that the rain will come to water it, and it doesn't show up. But that's the other reason that we have the bauch. there's a story about how the Tipper bean thought the bow came to the autumn, and in that story, it talks about this little boy who brought the plant from up in the Milky Way, and told his grandpa or his uncle, you know, this is from up there. It's got a lot of strength. It's got a lot of you know, minerals and vitamins and everything. You don't, if it doesn't rain, this plant will grow with not much water. So so it's like that. Autumn survived, and that's why we were called a long time ago. We were called Papago, because the word for Bauch is the tepary bean, and you say plural. You don't put an S on the end of a word to make it plural. In autumn, you double the first sound, so it's Papauch. Papauch, and so Papauch. Autumn. They used to ask people in the river, you know, what do you call those people that live way out there? They don't have much water, and you say, well, the only thing they can eat when there's no water is the bauch. So that's why we call them Bapauyatam. And eventually that what made the word Papago, what we were called from 1936 to 1986. So just to give that there's a lot of stories that relate to Edom, but also in the Himdat. In the Himdat, there's storytelling. We don't like was mentioned. We don't have no written down language. That all this that we share and do is oral. It's oral tradition. Some is written down in autumn, but it's there's no letters. But sometimes they'll do the petroglyphs, and they'll remember that by looking at a picture, remember a certain part of the story. And because it's not a story, it's mainly like way from the beginning, and you go all the way to the end. That's 4 nights, usually beginning when the sun is going down all the way to about I'm guessing about 5 o'clock in the morning. Then everybody goes to sleep, and that's a long time ago. The only time that they told the stories was during the winter solstice, and the winter solstice would come, and because there's 7 stars in the sky, we call them the Pleiades, and those 7 stars are these prostitutes that were sent up there by Itai, and to show people, you know, like you have to behave and all that. So they were sent up there to the sky, and they're up there, you know, in the nighttime. But they're only there, like sometimes you wake up at night and go out there and you see them, but then they go down. I mean, they go into the bottom, and then sometimes they're not there. But if you wait, they'll come up, and then usually they'll be about midway, or you know, past midway, and then the sun will come up, and you can't see them anymore. But there's 4 nights that those Pleiades are up there for the whole night, and that's generally about during the winters. It's about the 18th, 19th, 20, 21, 22, around there. That's when those stars are up there, and that's how they knew that was the time to tell the story. That's how it was way long time ago, and that was the only time that you told the story. Now, because of I don't know who started it, but it was this thing of doing the storytelling only in the cold time, because the snakes might bite you and all the stuff. But actually, in the olden days, it was just those 4 nights that they told the stories, the way olden days. So I just wanted to mention that in this story. Sterling asked me to do the creation myth, and I told him it's going to about 2 hours and a half to do the whole thing. If it's just that first part, but I told him that I'll figure it out and maybe cut some of the pieces up to to make what is important for this session. So, but the creation myth starts off, and this is my version or a version, not just my version, but I like storytelling. I listened to my grandfather and he told stories, my dad, my mom, and different people. And my grandfather started telling all these elder men that I was interested. So sometimes I'd be at the feast or whatever, and they kind of pull me aside. Did you know that? And then they would tell me stuff, and I would listen. Sometimes they'd be drunk, but I still listen. And I would go and sit with them where they talked, and they switched all of a sudden, the conversation to cultural stuff. So I learned all these stories from a lot of different elders. I was living in St. John's for 3 years. And even when I was at Sherman High School, some of those guys there knew their Altanhimtag, and they used to talk about that, the culture and what the culture said. So we would share, and then when I got out of there and I went around and started visiting people with my different jobs, the elders, I would see them and then I would ask them questions. So all the way into, Sanabir, into Mexico, and Juchcom, they speak Juchcom and Autumn. But I heard some of their stories, the creation myths and all the different stories from that side. And when I started doing storytelling, I kind of merged those stories together. And that's what this version is about. But there's some versions that are different, but other versions that are the same. And I picked the ones that are kind of very similar, and I created the story, which again is not always the same story. It changes because it's oral, and sometimes you don't have notes, and you're not going to remember what those stories are, word for word. So, but it's fine. I don't have a problem. I like that time when I was used to be on the radio and I would tell stories on the radio. And sometimes kids will come up to me if I visit the school or something, and they recognize me and they'll say, you know what, my grandpa said that story that you told on the radio, that you didn't tell that right. And they start laughing and say, well, what did your grandpa say? And then they would tell me what grandpa said. And he said, wow, he should tell you more. Well, so I was happy that the people that were listening were actually really listening, and they were at least sharing the stories now with their family. So so that's what other part about autumn storytelling is, that you never can get the same story unless it's in a book or a video. You can never get the same story unless because it's repeated. But if it's a oral story, then things will be thrown in the first 1 year. The next year you might forget to say things, but new stuff will be thrown in. So after a few years, you hear the whole story the way it's supposed to be. So this story, the creation myth starts out, the majority of them start out that there's nothing in the world. It's just water and darkness. And somewhere in the water, this thing came from the bottom and it floated out and it broke the surface. And this baby started crying. That was that thing. And it was laying on the water, and it was, rocking, the water was rocking it. It was facing up, everything's black, can't see nothing. And then the baby starts crying, and then after that it gets relaxed. And there was something there with the baby. It never says what that something is. It just says, that this baby received its food and its energy and its water and its warmth from something out there. But it never says what that thing is. And I think that's that thing that a lot of cultures call God. But we don't have that in our myth where we announce the name. It's the thing that has no name. And so this little boy laying there started to grow. And as he grew more and more and more, he started to feel things, and his mind started getting more, how do you say, he could think of things. And so he started to imagine what could be, and looking out. And then he's just like maybe 9 months or whatever, laying there all this time, and he decides, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make something. So he starts to scratch his legs and his stomach, and he starts to scratch his arms, and he comes out with Chukadak. And if you don't know what Chukadak is, when you scratch yourself and and then you look under your fingernails, that's Chukadak. That's under there. And he started pulling it out, and he started making this little ball of that Chukadak. And he kept doing that every day until that ball grew, until there was a ball, a good sized ball. And he knew he could do something like that. So the first part is created from that little baby, and this holy baby. So he starts to, like spread it out on his stomach, and it gets big. And each day he's adding more on it, and it's getting bigger and flatter, and and he takes that Chukadak and he throws it on the water, and it floats up there. And so he rolls up into that Chukadak. And I know there's a moment, I know that autumn mothers watch the babies when the babies start to flip on their own. When they flip over on their own and they lay on their stomach. I know we had that experience changing our granddaughter, and we were looking at her, and when we were fighting over, I don't know what it was, but anyway, she had flipped over on the bed and said, hey, look, and we were all celebrating. But again, so we finally changed her diaper. But there's a moment there that even mothers talk about when they see, see somebody at the supermarket, and they say, how's your baby? Oh yeah, it flipped over. Oh really? Yeah. Or they say, oh, it hasn't flipped over yet. So it's kind of like it's not that strong yet. So this baby is laying on there, and he's continually doing that, and he's making that dirt bigger and bigger every day. And he starts to flip the other way, and then he's going, and he just keeps doing that. And after a while, he starts to sit up on that thing. And then after he sits up, and he's still doing this, but he makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's all like rocking like that. So he starts to make it big enough to where he can, crawl. And so he starts to get up, and he starts to crawl on that. And he's making the Chukadak, and he's pushing it. And he learned that by his knees and his hands, he can push out like a chimney, push out that Chukadak, and it starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then he's on there, and then he decides that he's gonna try to walk. And so he tries to stand up, but the thing is like that, that piece of Chukadak is moving because it's on the ocean. So he stands up, tries to stand up, and he does that thing that babies do, they put their arms up and they start to go like that. And that's what the other people, when they say the babies are learning to stand up on their own, that they're actually mimicking what Jewett Mackay did a long time ago. So they are mimicking that, and then after a while he gets his balance, and he's still going, and he starts to go, and he starts to push that Chukadak, and he's growing and growing and growing, and he goes all the way around, and he makes it real big. He can't even see the edge, the way that how big that Chukadak is. And then the Chukadak it became what we call the earth now. It's just the flat round piece that he was running on. And he was going, and he made that piece of earth, but then he said that it keeps going like that, so we need to do something. And so he took his hair, and he created a spider, and he took that spider, Tokudok they call it, Tokudok Makai, and he took it to the edge of that where the sky dome was coming down to the edge of the earth, and he put the spider right there and told him, to tie the world. So it took a few thousand years, but the spider went all the way around and he tied the earth. And when he got back to the place and he tied the knot where the earth and the sky meet, then the earth stopped moving. And now it's just, just laying there. So he goes out and he starts to explore, which again, there's nothing there. So he decides to make something. And this is all in the dark, but he can see, what do you call it? Spiritual people can see stuff, even though they don't like it's physically there, but they're not. They don't need the eyes to tell them. So he started to take his hair and part of the chips, and he started rolling it, and then he started to make this tree. And he put the tree down, and he made a lot of things. And the tree, the little bush started to grow, and he commanded it. But he wouldn't. I mean, it just grew. So finally, he created these little black bugs, and he put it on the chukuta. I mean, the plant, and told the plant to go over there and to take the to eat it and go and spread it out. But those black bugs didn't know what to do. I mean, they just didn't do what he was asking. So he created the termites, and he told the termites to go in that tree and take some of the tree. And so the termites went and they picked up the bark, and then they ate it, and it became medicine inside them. And they went and they started to find a place like a little bit farther away, and then they will use the restroom where they defecate on the ground, and another one was grow. And then you're going around and all these little termites going all over planting this plant. This is what we call shukai, the creosote. That's the very first plant, that the most powerful plant that we have in our culture is the creosote. And so it goes on, and then Chiwetamake decides that he needs to make something that would be like him. So he started to slowly make some people. He made a man and a woman, and another man and a woman, and he kept going, and he fashioned them, kind of figured it out. And then he gave them a commandment, which is the same commandment that's always been there. It's within other cultures. It's go forth and multiply. Go make more babies. So that's what they did. They went out and they started making more babies, and all these people are just being born, and they were just all over the earth, as big as the flat ground was. There were just people just walking around, and so Chiwetamake told them that they need to multiply, and that they need to try to fill the earth with as many human beings as possible. And so they went out and they kept doing that, and eventually that the little stink beetle, because he was making all these other little creatures and the bugs mostly, and the little small plants. So the little stink beetle came running up, and he said, that I almost got stepped on, and I could have died. And so Chiwetamake told him, "Well, keep it, just stay right there." And he went and he gave him the stink. And she told him, so every time the human beings step on you, then you're going to send out that stink to let them know that they stepped on you, and they'll be afraid of you. And even nowadays, some people, you see a stink, but move all the way real fast. But because it gets on your shoe or your foot, whatever. So the smell. So what? So he kept doing that, and they kept running into him or stepping on him. And he went back to Chiwetamake and he said, "These people, they're gonna kill me. I got stepped on 5 times today." And so he said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" And he said, "Well, you need to find a place for them to go. There's so many of them. They're all elderlies, a lot of elderlies, and they're like many years old, and they're not dying because there's no place for them to go. And yet every day there are more babies born." So Chiwetamake left the dome world and went to the east, and he went up there and he created another world. That's what they call mukik, what we call mukik. Belief that all of them believe that this is where everybody goes when they pass away under the sunrise. Siartagil, Siartagil. So this Joe DeMarco, he said, okay, he came back and he said, okay, we're just gonna kill everybody because now they have a place to go. So there's many different versions. A flood happened, and another version is he grabbed the top of the dome sky and he pulled it down and killed all the people that were there. And the spirit went to the Siarucha, and they're over there. So the when they went over there and they were all together in that one place, the door was open, people were still coming in, and then the Jewett Maki started to remake. He built a fire, and then he started to make the stuff more like the plants. Started off again making all the plants, and and then in that time there's a guy that opened the door or closed the door to the dead world, and then he started walking towards the dome sky, towards this earth, and it took him 4 days, but he was walking and he was guided by that light of the fire, and he keeps walking and he gets to that where that light of the fire is, and he noticed that there's somebody sitting there, and he goes and he sits down beside him, and this guy is making tools. They don't talk. This is what we call Su'a or Iitoi or Montezuma. That's where his creation is. It doesn't say who his parents are. So he comes and he watches Chiudamaki for a long time. See, he's making stuff and he's going out there. And so he decides, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. So he picks up some stuff. He doesn't know that he's a creator being or a sacred being. So he starts to create stuff on his own and make different kinds of trees and different kinds of bushes and animals. So they're sitting there, and then so he looks at Chiudamaka and he finally speaks and he says, so you're how do you know where you're going? We can't really see anything. We can only see what's around the fire. There's no light. So he told Chiudamaka, you should create something and put it in the sky. That way we can see like a light. So Chiudamaka thought about it for a while, and then he went over to the north and he got a piece of ice and he blew fire into it. And he took it and he threw it in the north. And it was up there, and he looked around, oh, that's what it looks like. And they continued making stuff, but that thing started going down, and it went down and was gone. And they waited and nothing happened. So then Chiudamaka again heard from Ita, that didn't work. So he went and he took another piece of ice and he threw it into the west, and that thing stayed up there for a while, and it started to go down and down, and it disappeared, and that didn't work. So he took another piece and he threw it up into the north, and that stayed up there for a while, and then it went down. And then the last time that he took that fire, he threw it into the east, and that one went up this other way. They didn't go down that way. It went all the way up, and it went over, and it went down into under the ground. And then they waited, and the next morning this thing came back up again, and it just kept coming. And now they knew. But again, Ita, just being a young guy, he's complaining, and he says, oh, that, I like that, but in the nighttime you can't see nothing. So we have to just put stuff here, and then in the daytime finally go out there. So he told Chiudamaka to go over there and get some, do something. So Chiudamaka got up and he went, when the sun went down, he got another piece of ice, and he blew light into it. But it was like a kind of like the the silver light, and so he took it, and a lot of stories say the same thing, that he threw it into the north, and that went down and threw it into the south, I mean the west, and then the north, and then the east. But most stories just say he threw it in the east because that's where the sun was, and it started going up over and followed the sun's path. But it was walking slower, and so it went down under the sky, and the sun came up, and so I said, and he said, but that moon thing, it's okay, what do we? And this is where the story switches. Most of the stories talk about the moon, but in some of the stories they talk first about the stars, where before he created the moon, he took some ice water and put it in his mouth, chewed the mark, and he crushed out that ice, crushed it out with his teeth, and he blew it up into the sky. And when he blew it up into the sky, the stars appeared. And so they were up there, and then after that the moon comes, because Coyote again complained that it wasn't enough light to see in the dark. So that's why the moon came. But after the 4 days, sun, the moon was slow, and so she was walking down, and the sun was coming up. And when the sun's rays looked out into the world, you saw the moon way over there going down. And the moon looked at the sun, and then they were looking at each other, and they kind of like paused for a moment. They're looking at each other, and then the sun went, the moon went down. And the next evening, the moon came up, and to go, she was pregnant. And so they said, well, what do, Tratojo, is there something happening here? But they just watched it, and Jewed Maka, and so it went over again, and it went, and she had her baby at that noontime. And she got her baby, and she walked it down, carried it down towards the evening time. And when the sun came up the next morning, they saw each other again, and she held out the baby, and they communicated somehow. And so she told told the moon that the baby doesn't belong in our world. I mean, in this world, in the dome sky world, it belongs on the earth. Let's help these people. So she took the baby and put it on the earth, on some salt brush, and then the salt brush. That's why the coyote. If you're looking for the coyote and see salt brush, you look under there. There's usually a hole, because that's where the coyote lives. So he got up and he stayed there for a while, and then he grew up, and and then he goes in, and that's why coyotes all over the place. They don't really have a home. Doesn't doesn't have nowhere to live. It's just going places even with his children. So the coyote is the pairs of the coyote are sun and moon, and that's why in the myth sometimes, or a lot of times, even today, you see that the coyote will somebody will kill him, or he'll do something to kill himself, or whatever in the myth, and then later on he's alive again, because the story is that the sun and the moon are the parents. So he goes and lays out there in the desert, and the sun comes up, and the power of the sun heals him, and the moon comes up and heals him, and then he resurrects again. But even, here we talk about it, or we say, because we understand and believe that culture, is that if the coyote's laying there on the road and he's dead, I'll say, oh yeah, that the coyote's dead, somebody hit it. And then maybe go another 40 miles, and the coyote's running across the road. Oh yeah, see, they're resurrected again. Kind of like that, because again, it's just with the understanding of that myth. and then Itay complains again because the world is just flat. So he said that put some definition, because I walk that way and I don't even know where I'm going. And the sun comes up and I know that way's eastern. So Chuadamaki created the that night he created from the blackness of his eyes and his shadow, he created the turkey vulture, the turkey buzzard. And when the turkey buzzard um, was created, he was told to go out and make definitions of it. So he'd be flying in the air, and then he would like put it go sideways like that, and he would grab some of the dirt and he would push it up. It kind of make a long, and he would push it up, and he kept doing it and pushing it up, and eventually these hills started showing up. So he would go in there and dance on top of those hills, and they became rock. They became real hard, and he would make them different sizes, different whatever. And then so he went around and he would do another one, and he went all over the earth and created. And then now Coyote said, "Now I know where I'm going, where I'm at, because I can look at that mountain over there and I know that I'm close to this area, or I can look at this over here and I say, okay, I'm close to this." So again, the turkey buzzard was the one that created the rivers and the places where water would run, and also where the mountains were standing. And so he's the fourth creator. So in our story, we have four creators. Wupuk Muskep, his name is Wupuk Muskep until he gets to about 12 years old. And then his name changes and he is Chiwetamake. But he's the same person, it's just an older. Just like when boys, sometimes when they do something and they get a new name, a new autumn name, then that becomes their name. So he got a new name and it switched. He's the next one. And the coyote, Bun, he created some stuff too. He created some people. And then the last one is the turkey buzzard, who created all the mountains and the places where rivers would run or the waters would run when it rained. So that's generally Hooky, that first part of that. Now, the sun governs the day every day. And a long time ago, people didn't have calendars. So the old man would go outside and he would stand outside, maybe like there's a wato, and he would stand he put his back against that corner pole, and he would watch to see where the sun come up. And the horizon is there, and you will see, okay, the sun came up right there today. And you notice that it kind of scoots over. Every day it scoots over a little bit until you get to the solstice. And you come back this way, and you go all the way this way, get to the solstice again. And if you watch that, you'll see that. I was trying to take a picture of like every month or every week or something of the sun as it rises to show people that, yeah, the sun goes like this from where I'm at. Sometimes it didn't work out, so but there is some pictures in different places of the sun rising like that. So that's that day. If somebody passed away and there's a cactus standing there and the sun comes right over that, then that person will say, okay, this is the day that so and so passed away. And that the sun will rise all the way to the solstice, go back to the other solstice, come back, and when it rose right there again at the where that position was where so and so died, then you would say this is the day that so and so died, so and so passed away. And that was important because in autumn there's certain restrictions that you have when you're, especially your mate or your somebody that you had children with, or they're like, you're not supposed to marry and you're not supposed to treat them as dead until they're past that first year. And a lot of stuff like that. So that's why that was important. The moon comes up, but it's a monthly calendar. And it's in autumn, it's the natural calendar, when the new moon comes, if you look at your calendar, you'll see there's a sliver in the sky in the west. That's the new moon, and then it goes down and then it starts getting bigger until it's a full moon, and then it's all the way through, and then it comes back and it starts getting smaller, and then it ends right there, and it has to regrow itself. So because of that, that's why we do the moon as the female, because females have the menstruation cycle, and when that happens, generally about 28 days, which is about the time when it happens to the moon. But the new moon, again, is the first time that the moon appears in the sky in the west. So a lot of people, because they're used to the Gregorian calendar, they will say that the moon is the new, it's like say, it's December 1st. And so it's a new month and Skugpajig Mashat. But actually, in the autumn traditional sense, the autumn traditional way, we knew that the new moon came during that time when the new moon came. So even if you look in the calendar, if it has one of those things that says new moon, or if you follow the app, you'll see that the new moon sometimes December 1st is on a Wednesday, but the new moon doesn't come till Friday. So in the olden autumn way, pre-colonial, we recognized the first of the month when the moon actually showed up in the sky, not when the Gregorian calendar told us it was December or July or August or whatever. So that's something that I think people have lost already. And then the next one is the stars. The stars are the yearly calendar. If you wake up in the morning and you go look at the east, when the sun is coming up, you'll see which stars are up just right above where the stars or the sun is coming up. When you see those stars, that's what they used to use as indicators of what when the year came, but also when to have ceremony and when to have like picking by Dutch, or when it's time for like certain plants to be coming, and they watch those stars the way that they're positioned, and they will say, okay, this is the children was supposed to come, but it's going to take a little bit of while. We don't use that anymore. Generally, just kind of like a guess. So that's that part that I mentioned about that the autumn calendar is with the stars, and a lot of times medicine people look up there and see how the stars are formed, and then the stars will talk to them. I'm not saying talking to them like in a voice, but more like how they're positioned. It foretells what the coming year is going to be like. Because they watch the pattern from all the way and then they get to today, and then they'll kind of figure out, okay, this happened like this, it hasn't rained for a long time, and this one maybe not, and then but it'll rain right here and you'll start moving. It's about it's like I guess 7 years to a 13-year calendar that they used. I know that we get flooded out here in our area. About every 7 years, every 13 years, the water comes in the wash and it goes over the bank, and then so again, it's just that watching that and keeping time with that. But that's how a long time ago the autumn farmers used to do that. The planting is they watch the stars, and they watch the moon, and they watch the sun, and that's how they knew when to do that. There were certain medicine people that were put in place to do that because they knew how to read it, and then so they would tell the community or the chief when they had their meeting. The chief would tell them, okay, in 4 days we're going to start planting, a certain crop, not all the crops. They say you can try to plant your corn, but I don't think it's going to rain from what these guys are saying. Or sometimes they'll predict, oh, it's going to be a lot of rain, so plant a lot of corn and squash. And that's how they did it. They didn't use what methods we have now. We just kind of guess in a way. Well, that's part of it. And it keeps saying, that we still have our fields. A lot of people have actual fields that they plant out of, but we still have our fields. Only now they're called Bashas', Walmart, Food City, Safeway, because that's where we get our fruit from. And just listening to you all just before I started, yeah, there's a way to, I think that we need to start getting people interested in planting. My dad was kind of smart a lot of time. One day this guy came to him and he said, "Oh, your kids, they're all like politicians and they all have jobs and they all have, really good this and that." And he said, my kids are not like that. My kids talk back to me and they say, well, and he said, asked him, how did you do it? How did you make them like that? And my dad just said to him, said, just do it and they'll follow you. Just do what you want them to do and they'll follow you. So again, whatever the kids see your parents doing or the grown-ups doing or grandma doing, that's what they're gonna follow. So the same thing with the community. You plant your crop and you keep doing it, even though nobody seems to be paying attention, they're paying attention. But eventually they will start to, ask the questions, especially if you share that crop. You share the crop and tell them this is what you grew, and then what they can do on their own. That I think that would probably help to move this along. But just just passing out pamphlets is not enough. I'm not talking about you guys, but I think some YouTube videos I've watched a lot that show the process and all that stuff, but only certain people watch, those things. I think if you actually did it and in the community or whatever, and you invited people to come watch or come help, and you're not going to get a lot of people coming, but you're going to get some, and some of them will return, and eventually that you'll start to see more of that cooperation from the community. Because a long time ago, that was important. We didn't have no bashes, but at that time, we didn't have computers, we didn't have vehicles, we didn't have horses. All of them just lived straight off the land. And so that was important. And that's what takes me back to that first comment, that first proverb that I mentioned. We'll plant our crops, pray for rain. If the rain comes, we'll eat another year. If the rain doesn't come, then we'll take whatever's out there and make a life out of it. That's where that comes from. Because they weren't you didn't know if it was gonna rain and your crops are gonna grow, so everything was about survival. All of them is survival. And so when you hear those things that we talk about and stuff, and I think that it especially with the myths and how these came about, you kind of figure out, but the myth only tells you a story. When you actually ask the questions about why this and why that, that's when those details will come in. So, but that's my time. I think I went over.
Thank you, Camillus, again. Yeah, I think when the promotion for the college, but when I took your class over the summer on autumn history, hearing the stories again, it really ties into farming is just one aspect of what we do, and there's so much more of that we had lost or just exploring with the modern world that we have going on around us, and some of us are going to be living with what we learned in the past, and some of us are going to be living with what we're going to learn for the future. And I think that's and there's no right or wrong way of doing these things. That's what I'm so glad that NRCS and Mr. Villegas, Sosa Villegas, who got to share these, their portion of their work and what they do and how much it ties to who we are and connecting it to the youth with Juke and Deandra taking the initiative to put this together and bring speakers in and the younger generation to hear it. We have I'm really proud of everyone that from Nina to Caitlin, that we have these multi-generation and different backgrounds all together and hearing and and sharing this knowledge. And I'm really grateful for that and everyone that had shown up today. And we are really doing our best to connect this for the future. and create create these things. Whatever people take out of these stories, or whether they go to school for them, you can make a life, and it's nonstop, and it's also you can reach it as far as you can, or as far as you want to take it, and somebody else will take it from there. So with that, thank you, Camilla, for joining us and sharing the stories. And if anything else, I'll hand it back to Deandra or Juke or Caitlin.
Yes, thank you, Camillus, and thank you everyone who presented and participated in listening. I believe we do have our last survey, so if we can take some time to fill that out, and also acknowledge Derek Gonzalez and his graphic artwork that he's been doing throughout this whole forum. I was taking a look at it, and there's some really neat stuff in there. So I'm excited to look closely at it.
Yeah, thank you again to Camillus from me, and everybody here at the CSA. We really appreciate the stories you shared and the knowledge you gave with us. And Sterling, thank you for those last remarks there. I appreciate everybody that stuck with us and listened, shared their knowledge. Yeah, Caitlin, are you going to set up that survey? Are you sending out the survey?
Can you guys see the survey? I did start it.
Yeah, it's up.
Perfect. And yeah, I also wanted to just say thank you to everyone that joined us today and that presented, and to our interns and apprentices, and to our whole team that helped set this up, and also to Derek as well for being here and for doing his graphic drawings of all the sessions that went on today. And I also wanted to give an opportunity to Derek if you wanted to just talk about what you did draw, or any last remarks that you may have had. I know you were kind of drawing just throughout the whole sessions in the background, and people may be interested in just taking a look at what you did. I know some of us were looking at the screen at the during the last few sessions and stuff while you were drawing it. But yeah, thank you all for being here, and we appreciate all of your feedback through the survey responses. Yeah, thank you. And if there's anybody else that wants to say anything.
I just want to say thank you again for letting me be able to be. Thank you again for letting me to be able to just share my talent and my skill set with you guys. I'm like 2 years into this graphic recording now and facilitation work, and it's been really awesome and beautiful because it's given me the chance to go to other different conferences across in different states, and just gain more knowledge in the science field, or just health field, agriculture field. And so there's a bunch of good stuff coming. And I just want to say thank you again, and you guys really are doing a good job, whether you guys can see it or not. There's a bunch of stuff coming up, and it's all good along with academia as well. So it's in different countries, or different countries as well, but also, just like I said, just within native country in general, it's like a bunch of good stuff's coming, and it's all beautiful. Just got to stick with it, and there's always going to be obstacles and challenges and stuff like that, but it's all right because we have each other in order to pick up one another and just reach out whenever you need to, and like that. I'm really excited because I started going back to school, and when I started going back to school, I started going for science and life science. So that's my background as well, as going for my associates in science and life science, but I also have some years under my belt with illustration and graphic design work. And so with all of that being combined is what I mentioned earlier about being able to collaborate and combine both of my aspects of native learning and my nerdy side and my artsy side and my graffiti side. And I'm just bringing it all together. And like that, like you guys are all doing tremendous work, and it's so beautiful. It's like really awesome because like I said, it's not just here on the nation, it's other countries or native countries as well. Tribes are really picking up these different type of forms and learning new ways in order to keep the cultural techniques and teachings, but also flipping it and having a new style of contemporary ways of thinking as well, and combining it with cultural techniques. It's really cool. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me. You guys have my email. You guys can share it with everybody that's here, and they can ask me through that, or check it out. Check out this piece. It's going to be in the office as well. And like that, I'm totally up for more collaboration and working together and networking. And I'm so for it. You just have to reach out. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that again, Derek. I just want to give some amends and some closing remarks on my end. And yeah, I appreciate all of you and the work that you're doing. We'll continue to collaborate with each other. I think a lesson that I'll take from this forum and from everyone is just to continue to learn our Himbat and preserve that knowledge that we have, that our ancestors have done for generations with this sustainable living, and move forward towards our future for future generations, and continue to share knowledge and work together. So Iwamta and Sapo, everyone, Oik Sha.
Thank you all. Just another, I guess, last minute announcement is just to, stay tuned for future events. As Sterling mentioned earlier, we are going to plan to have another climate smart agriculture event or forum in the future, aiming for the spring. So, and just other workshops and events that we're consistently hosting. So we hope that you guys can always participate in those. Yeah, thank you guys for all being here today. Have a good weekend.